different. Totally different.
I was waiting. I was like, "What's more?" No, you made me cough, Marcelo. Um, hello, audience. Happy Friday night. I am COVID boosted, so I'm experiencing a couple like cold-like symptoms. Nothing like really bad, just like minor stuff. But that's the reason for my kind of uh Holden.
Gravelly voice.
Yeah, like my whole. I think I sound to myself like Holden from The Expanse. So I don't know. Parentheses eyes is here. So parenthesis I Ian is here. So you could tell me. Do I sound like Holden at all? If you close your eyes and you hear me talk, do I sound like Holden? I don't know. I don't think it's working. Marcelo, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, good sir?
Good. I told Father we would shoot the breeze, or I think in Texas they say shoot the bull.
Shoot the bull.
Um, or I've heard shoot the shit as an
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I've heard shoot the ship, but I've never heard shoot the bull
How
personally.
about how about shoot the breeze?
Ah, shoot the breeze is fine with me. So if you
No,
like
but
to do
you've
that,
heard that one, right? Like
yes,
you
of
heard,
course.
yeah.
Yeah,
See, I
I
never heard
heard
shoot the bull, but it makes sense for Texas.
shoot. Yeah.
I mean, like there's
I
probably a
mean,
lot of bulls in Texas, right?
yeah.
They
You
have
know
a
what?
rodeo in every city. No, I don't know if that's true. I'm just
Mm.
making things up now at this
And
point.
and you got to remember, they like to shoot things in Texas.
Well, all over America,
Mm.
I feel like that's a thing. But yeah, in Texas, there's definitely like a oh, here we go. Speaking of Texas,
A
Texas
big
has
hunting
arrived.
community.
We were shooting the bull, Father. Do you say shooting the bull or shooting the breeze or shooting the shit? Which one
Shooting
do you?
the shit, I guess. Shooting the bull sounds like you're a fucking asshole.
No, don't say. A friend of yours said it to me, if I'm not mistaken. So we won't say who on the air, but that's funny. But it does sound pretty bad. You're like shooting the bull and it dies. Uh,
Yeah, that's kind
parentheses.
of a dick move.
um, PE says, no, you don't sound like Holden at all. Also, I was sick the day after I got boosted as well. Same for after I got the second dose too. Man, I really wanted to sound like Holden. I thought I sounded like Holden with my gravelly, scratchy voice. Father, how's it going?
It's going. I just got done watching episode 4 of Peacemaker, so last week's episode.
Nice. And?
It was good.
Yes, it was good.
Some of it got spoiled for me, but
Oh, it did? Was it me? Did I spoil it on
no.
Twitter? Oh, okay. I feel like I'd do cryptic. I try to do cryptic things now. The spoiler army came after me one time, and then
Good.
good. Trek on the Tube actually. He he did something worse. Like he was like, "This is a non-spoiler Prodigy thread," and then on the air, Jill called him out and was like, "No, that was full of spoilers."
Yeah, that's pretty bad if you like lay a trap, like you're like this is totally safe and then it isn't.
It's a
That's probably the
spoiler.
worst.
That is. It's true. It's a spoiler trap.
Yeah,
Don't get caught in spoiler traps.
I really don't. I really don't tweet about shows that I watch anymore, unless I'm really impressed with something. And the reason I don't do that is because I don't want to be accused of spoiling or adding a
Yeah.
potential spoiler in something that I say. So,
Right.
Especially if it's something you like.
right, yeah.
Like if something's like a really good work of art, I don't think that people hearing my hot take on it is going to be a net positive, compared to like them like being able to like see it like unspoiled.
Ruben's breathing. Speaking of spoilers.
Ruben has a mic like one of those fitness instructors on those bikes.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
I'm
I
actually
need to go
teaching a
find my
Peloton class right now.
Yeah, right. A Peloton
Hey,
class.
do y'all remember those like late '90s microphones that like a lot of computers came with? The skinny, long beige microphone with the like little stand.
Yeah, I do remember. They used them in Star Trek like sometimes, I feel like, as props or something like that.
I just was reminded of those yesterday, and I don't know, it made me laugh.
Peloton
uh
instructor.
PE says, I'd imagine that in Texas, all of those things get shot. That's
We
funny.
do like to shoot things. So
The Peacemaker show is giving me a new appreciation for glam metal. Yes.
yeah, very
Yeah,
very
we-
glam metal, very hair metal.
By the way,
metal rocks.
PE, we're not talking about the latest episode because Father hasn't seen it. So speaking of spoilers, we're gonna stay away from
I
spoilers.
can leave if y'all want to talk
No,
about.
no,
the
no.
new
We're not
one.
gonna. We have a Peacemaker.
Well,
discussion
last
like
week we
later.
skipped last week's episode because me
Yeah,
and
so-
Marcelo hadn't watched it last
Yeah,
week.
so we're gonna catch up a little bit. Ruben, are you watching Peacemaker yet? He's like,
I saw the first episode.
oh, that's it. What'd you think?
Thoughts?
It was alright.
It was all right.
Okay. All right.
All right. That's what we
Yeah.
expect from Ruben, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean,
He
if
doesn't
I
share
said-
his thoughts publicly anymore because no, it's true. It's a real thing. I think you've said it on this show before. Like Ruben no longer he's a vault. To get into his thoughts, you have to go
No.
to popaxiom.com and read his articles or
No,
Morg.
I mean, no,
Or
I mean,
Ruben-Writes.com.
Or read my mind.
Or read
you
your
know,
mind.
yeah,
Can you
but-
read my mind, Superman?
But with that being said, just give me like 30 minutes, and I bet you I could get something really good out of Ruben. But I would need some time.
Well, he's only seen the first episode, but maybe this will come out
About Peacemaker? No,
No,
Peacemaker's
no,
alright. Like,
no,
I like
no,
the
no.
part when the eagle hugs him. Oh,
Yeah, no, about other
Yeah.
things, not Peacemaker.
oh no.
Just like oh, I should put up the Peacemaker banner here. Hold on. I didn't expect to like Peacemaker. I thought he was such a dick in the
The Suicide Squad.
the Suicides. I can't.
Sorry, I was getting impatient.
Thank you, Valerie. That's like my COVID addled. Well, it's not COVID. My booster addled mind right now. And also, I've been drinking. So I've been drinking some wine. So cheers to everyone. Yeah, I hated him in that movie. But now I'm like, oh my god, I love Peacemaker. I love Vigilante more though.
I'm not drinking until February 27th, when I should be in.
Chicago, celebrating your birthday.
No,
No. Oh no. February.
Not
oh, no,
April,
that's now.
February.
Sorry, February. Yeah, that's coming right up.
I'll
You'll
be in
on the
Florida.
cruise. Yep. How much time do you have between
no,
the
20,
cruise?
25th. Yeah, February 25th is when I'll let myself drink.
How much time do you have between the cruise and Mission Chicago?
Like a month. Like the cruise gets back March 5th, and then Chicago is April 8th.
Oh, okay.
But I'm really concerned about that convention.
What's your concern? Because John Van Siders? No,
Sitters.
Sitters. John Van Sitters said the convention is very much moving forward and not to worry.
Because they haven't said anything.
Yeah,
at all.
they haven't said anything. I think we're going to hear something this month.
Well, okay. I'm not going to book my flight until they start announcing some more stuff.
In fact, I think you guys are going to
I plan on going, but
You guys are going to get the scoop on the cruise.
maybe. They don't really like promote or announce anything over there. I mean, it's also an official Star Trek event, but they don't really like do anything about releasing news. It's very small people. It's not like everyone's like gonna go get on Twitter when you're like out at sea and don't have any service on your phone.
That's true. That's a good point. PE says, I'll actually be in Texas at that time. I'll be going to the South Padre Island area. Do you know the South Padre Islands?
I've never been there, but yeah, that's down in South Texas on the coast, or what I would consider South Texas. I think like if you're from the Valley and you call Padre South Texas, they get mad at you. But I don't know. To me, anything that far south of San Antonio is South Texas. I'll never go down there though.
I've been to every part of Florida. Pretty much.
Well, that's a much smaller state.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Good point. Did Marcelo say he's coming back? Are we waiting for him to talk about Peacemaker?
I think he's coming back.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry. I'm here. I was just doing something. We can talk about Peacemaker if you like.
All right. That's what we were talking about, but we don't have to. We can also talk about Superman and Lois, which was awesome.
Oh yeah, Superman and Lois was great.
I did not expect that. We can also talk about... You're caught up on Superman and Lois, right, Marcelo?
Yes, I am.
We can also talk about The Mandalorian. Now, this time,
It's the book of Boba Fett.
I know, but...
Yeah, are you so sure? Because seriously, I thought it was like Mandalorian season 3, like season 3 2 point something this week.
I mean, that episode could easily, if you just took out like the part at the very end,
Yeah, it could.
that
be like
episode could have easily been the season 3 premiere of Mandalorian without
it's
changing
true.
anything else.
That's a good point. I
Yeah, you're
agree.
totally right.
Like when he lands and Finnick is like, "Oh, we need your help." Like you just cut that out and you just have like the ending be like when he blasts off from the cops.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, I don't want to fill out any paperwork," and then like that, make that the end of the episode, and then that would have been a perfect Mandalorian season 3 premiere episode.
Which means our season 3 premiere episode's gonna be even cooler. So yeah, which do we want to talk about first? I think we go back to Peacemaker because I want to hear your thoughts about what about this was like the vigilante episode. I felt like.
Yeah, I guess he got a lot of screen time. They're kind of like doing like their own creation with Vigilante for the show. He's very like Deadpool-y, but
I heard he's been different things. Like he's been like
he
a
has
cowboy. Like
well, there was different characters who went by the name Vigilante.
name,
But
okay.
this is what I liked about this because the Marvel character Punisher, which I am not a huge fan of. I think he worked best at his original Inception, where he was kind of a Spider-Man villain and an anti-hero. But that character has been usurped by this really weird right-wing part of the population that's really about rule of law and the police and definitely like fringe white supremacists type alt-right type mentality, and like they use like the Punisher logo on stuff and shit, and like a lot of like a lot of police like the Punisher logo, like the skull logo.
Did you see that redesigned version that Marvel did?
No,
The redesigned Punisher logo.
let me look it up. But anyways, carry on.
So I like that now with like the DC Comics version of like this murderous vigilante who's like, yeah, like he's hardcore. He'll do whatever it takes to stop criminals. He'll just like mow them down with machine guns, and he's a cold-hearted killer. But they've made it like very clear, like this guy hates white supremacists and will beat the shit out of them. So it's like
So
preventative of them taking over that character as well.
I put a link in the chat.
Oh, you did?
In our little private
Oh, I
chat.
pulled up something too. Good job. Next time I'm not gonna do it so that you. I'll just be like, Ruben, please. But yeah, I already like was interested in Vigilante because I felt there's a little quality of queerness to him. I'm not saying that he's gay, but just some of the like jokes and some of the way he acts is like there's a queer. Is it called queer coding, Fathery? Like when. You know,
So
like
my understand, and I learned about this from a Women at Warp podcast.
nice.
But my understanding is that it's not coding unless it's intentional.
Ah, I see. I wonder if it. So yeah, I don't know. The actors maybe not doing it intentionally, but that's something I'm reading into it. I don't know if anyone else is reading.
But by that definition, I hear people misuse it all the time. Like I'll hear people say that Q and Picard are queer coded. That like Q is like in love with Picard.
How do you know intention?
And yeah, like I don't think that was intentional. I mean, you know, if you like ask the writer or the actor,
right.
Oh,
like,
I gotcha.
that's kind of the only way to know, though. So, you know, like if people say, I know a lot of people like ship Kirk and Spock, which I guess that's fine if you want to, but I don't think they were like coded to be gay.
Well, Gene Roddenberry didn't code them, I think, to have any specific sexual preference later. Like when he started writing the Star Trek 1 book, it's like kind of like there's there's a little bit of queerness that slips into his
That's not-
like, writing.
I think the way that he meant that in the book, though, is like he says, like, no, like they were not gay together.
Oh, okay. I gotta go back and read it. 'cause
I mean,
read it
but I
today.
hear people interpret that differently. He says like, it says like Kirk was aware of these rumors because he was so close with his first officer Spock, and he was aware there were like these rumors that they might have been more than friends. And
We should do
Kirk-
a reading of that chapter on Starfleet.
Kirk was amused to think that anyone would think he would be the type of guy who would take a lover who's only gonna put out once every 7 years.
Okay. Well, going back to Vigilante, I'm reading personally a queerness in a queer vibe in his characterization, and I love it. I was like enjoying it a lot. And even just like both of them actually, both he and there's a homoerotic vibe that comes off of their constant joking about like their privates and stuff, like, you know, like just things like that. Like their humor just seems a little too like bromantic, if you will, perhaps. But here's the new Punisher logo. This looks like scarier than the skull from before. Like, what's going on here? It's like a rabbit. Is it a rabbit?
I don't know.
I-
They just need.
yeah.
They wanted to change it, so they changed it, and they did something.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's something.
yeah, I don't like that.
Kind of looks the same as the villain in Peacemaker. Well,
The white
dad.
dragon?
Yeah, the white dragon. It kind of has a white dragon vibe going on to it. I don't know.
Oh, I love that this episode name checked Matter Eater Lad, and that he had an adventure with Peacemaker. I wish that they would have added like when Peacemaker was describing Matter Eater Lad, I wish he would have said, "Yeah, Matter Eater Lad. He's from the future. He came back in time from the 31st century."
That's pretty funny. I didn't even catch that. That's funny. I didn't catch that reference.
Yeah, he said like he ate a whole Wendy's one time.
Did you notice Peacemaker's home address?
No. What is it?
1138 1138.
Oh no way! That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's,
a little nod to Lucas.
That's pretty awesome. I've noticed James Gunn has written every single episode. He has a writing credit. So this
And
is
the
like a
directing
show-
credit.
No, I feel like they're directed by different people.
No,
He directed. He
they've-
from my understanding, he directed the first three. The fourth one he didn't direct, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
think.
Okay.
that might be true then, because I don't remember seeing that on this one, but I know on the first three I was surprised that he directed all of them. So I think at that point I just assumed he would direct all the remaining ones.
But
That's a
he
fair
has, but he has written all. He has written all the episodes. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I like Gunn's style.
When you can't reach the mute button to cough, oh my gosh, sorry. It's like I'm all over the place. Yeah, I love James Gunn's style too. I also like
I assumed I would like the show because I like his work so much.
who sent this over. Oh,
Not
this is
me.
me.
That's not me.
I'm trying to pull. I was like, why is there a screen share? That's
Not I.
That's IMDb. I was trying to look up the director for this latest episode. I think it was a female director, if I'm not mistaken. But what was it called? It was called The Chode Not Taken, right? The episode.
Oh, that's funny. They have some really crazy concepts from the DC universe. They just let James Gunn do whatever with. Like this version of Judo Master.
He's great too. What was I gonna ask you guys? Oh yeah. Father, offline, Marcelo and I were having a conversation. We're gonna ask the audience to a poll. We're talking about member berries.
Oh, okay.
So like I always think of member berries, like I might be wrong, but I associate it with like kind of like when you're using it in a context to like sort of critique harshly that someone used that device like in a production or whatever.
Yeah, did you see the South Park episode that invented member berries?
Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's what I was referencing to Marcelo, and so that's where I think I had that impression of it.
I don't.
But,
I've never seen South Park personally, so I don't know where member berries originated from.
Oh, it was in South Park, where they were basically saying they kind of made it like this whole like Trump allegory of like like make America great again. Like people are like remembering like, oh, how good everything used to be and stuff, and like people get off on nostalgia, and it's totally like been capitalized and, dare I say, even weaponized. But I mean, I've always been, you know, kind of a nostalgic person, and I spend most of my adult life my mind being occupied by things I liked as a kid. So
The term weaponized nostalgia was used about 2 years ago. 3 years ago, I read it in an article. I can't remember what magazine it was. But yeah, no, 100%. But what was your definition of member berry, Sal?
Well, no, I always heard it in a sense where it was meant to be a harsh critique, like, oh, they used a member berry, like that's not like it was transparent in a way, like, you know, like it's a member berry, so it was a transparent, it didn't work, like, in other words, like the device, the nostalgic,
like if something is hollow and doesn't have any substance or any like inherent quality other than reminding you of something that was good that you already liked,
like Ghostbusters Afterlife.
right? People would use that, like I hear term, so as a harsh critique, if
the South Park episode basically presented the idea that Star Wars The Force Awakens isn't as good of a movie as you think it is. It was just member berries. And they have like these little berries that are like, oh, Chewbacca, remember Chewbacca? I remember. Ooh, lightsabers. Yeah. I remember lightsabers. And it was just saying like, that's basically that entire movie of Force Awakens.
And that's a big part of Hollywood.
Yes, because you can have guaranteed return. I mean, that's the thing. Investors who fund all this stuff, they want to have guaranteed return. So if it's something that people are already fans of this, and we put stuff in there that we think that they'll like, we can predict, you know, that we'll make more money off of this. And we want to play it safe. We don't want to do anything risky or experimental. If we're going to invest $200 million into a big blockbuster, it needs to be something that has an established brand that has a built-in audience, so that we can have a guaranteed return.
But Marcelo's only heard it used like kind of casually, like not as like a harsh critique, like more casual, like just saying, oh, there were some member berries there, or like, you know, just like not necessarily in a
well, I think that's a tone thing, right?
Right.
A couple member berries, you know, or you could say like, holy shit, that movie was nothing but member berries.
I guess I just have only heard it in
maybe like a few member berries aren't bad. Like if you're, but like you can't just have like a member berry sandwich. You have to have something else on it.
Well, it's like Matrix 4.
Member berry soup.
You know what I mean? Like they're pretty much doing everything to remind you of the first movie, because this movie they just, I don't know.
That's what's exciting about Peacemaker. You can't do member berries because there's nothing. It's all brand new. It's like it's so new. It's shiny and new.
I mean, I remember Matter Eater, lad, but the majority of the people watching that will have no idea who he is.
Well, yeah, Peacemaker's going through like a natural sort of transition from one medium to another. So you're not really doing member berries. You're translating the characters like Mad Hatter Eater. I can't even say the name.
They mentioned Mad Hatter in this episode. They mentioned like Batman's villains. They're like Joker, Riddler, and Mad Hatter.
He takes a shot at Batman too, right? Doesn't he take a shot at Batman?
Yeah. Like, Peacemaker says that Batman's a candy ass and doesn't kill his villain. Ruben, in this episode, someone asked him like, if you're a real superhero like Batman, like why don't you have a famous rogues gallery? Like Batman has Joker, Riddler, Mad Hatter. Who are your villains? And Peacemaker is all pissed off. He's like, you want to know who my villains are? All of my villains are 6 feet under, because I'm not a candy ass like Batman. I actually kill my villains.
It's so good. It made me laugh out loud. I was just like, oh my gosh, that's so funny. I was like, father's both like, yeah, and also that's hilarious.
Which I just found out that the new the Matt Reeves Batman, I guess he's going to be a non-lethal Batman.
Oh, that's good. It was so it's stated. You can go
Maybe
in with less,
I'll go see
you can
it.
go in without you can go in with
Damn
less
it.
anxiety.
No fucking head snapping.
Yeah, he's not gonna be like he's not gonna be Ben Affleck throwing grenades at people and like shooting them in the face with a
Shotguns and
shotgun.
shit. Yeah, he's not gonna have like shotguns mounted on his shoulder.
And a lot of Ben Affleck Batman enthusiasts are like super pissed off right now, and they're like trying to demand that Ben Affleck return to the role. And Ben Affleck came out and said like I can't ever do Batman. After this Flash movie, I'm done. It was like this movie was like bad for my mental health. Like I became an alcoholic. I lost my marriage. All this stuff. Like I don't want to. And like some of these people are like so insane. They're just like no. Just we need Ben Affleck as Batman. Hashtag
No, you
boycott the Batman. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse.
That's crazy.
These people, you know what really pisses me off about these people? First of all, these people need to get out of their mom's basements and get on with their lives. But these people,
I'm not in my mom's basement, but I live with my mom.
these people.
But he does sleep with her in the same bed at night.
No, I do not.
Zack Snyder fans.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder fans.
I don't even get it. I don't
there's-
hate
there's sane-
Affleck. I don't hate Affleck for his Batman. I don't think it was his fault that the Batman was weird. I liked
No,
him
I don't either.
actually as Bruce Wayne.
I,
It was just a lot of other things that made it all weird.
I didn't hear I didn't see that article where Matt Reeves mentioned that his Batman's going to be non-lethal, but I guarantee you that Batman is probably going to beat someone to death, but you aren't physically going to see it. You aren't going to see that individual die. But I guarantee you that he's going to beat some fools up to the point of almost death.
He does look very brutal in the trailers and stuff.
One of
Which
you
I
guys
think
were
is
getting an
too
echo.
much.
I don't know if it's me.
I
It
wish
might
they'd
be me.
rein that in, but
Yeah, but Father, you're not a guy who likes violence that much, does he?
no, I love violence. I
like the violence in Peacemaker.
you don't
It seems
like-
cartoonish enough. Like it's just like absurd enough,
I
like-
think it's not a good fit for Batman.
Okay, so that's it. Okay.
PE says, I find it interesting how the Peacemaker's dad is a Nazi white supremacist piece of shit. I wonder if the two of them might end up having some big battle at the end of the season. There's definitely, I think there has
That'd
to
be
be
cool.
a confrontation of some kind. And it's very Luke and Darth, like to me. Like I see a lot of like that, like that dynamic going on.
Do you think there's goodness in the heart of,
well,
of his dad?
I can't. I don't want to give spoilers, but there was a moment. I'll just say, I don't want to give spoilers, but I'll just say that like this is one of those things where you'll be like Starfleet boy's either seeing his own thing or it is there. But just pay attention to him next week.
I'll have to watch the next episode.
No,
Neo Nazis are a hard thing to
digest. To
write
redeem.
to write redemption for.
Yeah, it's true.
I would say almost impossible. I mean, I guess there's people who are like members of the Aryan Brotherhood who like later like convert away from that and kind of like disown it. But
if we disconnect ourselves from like their heinous purpose, they're a cult. So yeah, you have to kind of like it's cult like in the sense that like when you adhere to a dogma or some sort of like belief so hard that you don't like nothing else is acceptable, like where you're willing to just like destroy everything else, like that's like very extreme behavior in my mind. So you have to be rehabilitated from that. It can't be an easy process. Like, I mean, look at me. I mean, like I'm conditioned to love and adore Star Trek. And so like, like if someone were to tear me away from that, I'd have to be, wow, Ruben's like, let's put Starfleet boy in rehab. No, I'm a Star Trek addict.
Star Trek Nazi.
I don't think they would welcome you into their brotherhood.
Oh my god.
I mean, number one, your name is fucking Sohel, so that's a non-starter right there. If they see your name on an application,
I'm trying to remember his name, but there's a reverend, this big black dude who goes around converting KKK members.
I've heard of that too. I saw that.
Warner,
I can't remember
his freaking name. I've seen
But yeah,
interviews with him.
my point is, it has to. It's a form of rehabilitation, I think, to get out of that kind of extreme mindset. Like once you're in it, like and this goes for like any kind of fundamentalist. Like there's fundamental, like any extreme group where you're
Oh
that.
man, I've been
hard
trying to
into that.
rehabilitate you for like 20 years now, and it's just
From
not
what
taking.
Star Trek? From Star Trek?
It's kidding.
It's never gonna happen.
You
they
know,
they put their nanoprobes in me when I was a baby. I
Ooh.
was born in
They put 'em
I was
deep
born
inside.
I was born in a Star Trek incubation chamber.
Star Trek didn't have nanoprobes back in the 70s.
Did you
That's
see?
what you
Did you
think.
see? They introduced Mirror Janeway into Star Trek Online.
Yeah. Kate
Yes.
Mulgrew pissed a lot of people off on accident because she
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 spoiled
put
it, no?
this no, like she was trying to promote it, but she tweeted this picture of
That was
it
brilliant. Come on.
It
that
was a
really-
doll of Janeway looking
Looking
into a
in the
mirror,
mirror.
and she said, "Big news coming tomorrow. Here's a hint." And even like Antonia, who doesn't follow a lot of Star Trek stuff online, but even she like saw that and she was like, "What could this be? What is Kate Mulgrew talking about?" And I was like, "I don't know. Maybe like some of the new Playmate toys are gonna be. Maybe they're gonna announce. It was like because it was the same day as that. I was like, maybe they're gonna do like a Janeway toy and some other toys as well. But no, it was like Mirror Janeway being a character in Star Trek Online, and I think that this day and age in the Star Trek franchise, where we get some of the big announcements that we get, she might have oversold that. I think some people might have been thinking like, "Oh, there's going to be an Admiral Janeway show," or stuff like that. And
Right. I see
no,
what you mean.
it's for the game.
Well, they've done that before. I feel like Michael Dorn did something funny like that, where he was putting ad next to these things, and I was getting all excited.
Yeah.
I was like, like what's happening? What's going on?
Yeah, he
it's
put like making my big return to Star
right.
Trek.
That's what it was,
Or something like that.
And I'm like, he's gonna be on Picard. I was like freaking out, or maybe he's coming on Discovery. I don't know what I thought at the time, but it was exciting.
Did y'all hear? Speaking of that, if I'm allowed to segue from Peacemaker, for
Yeah,
a
we
little
can
bit.
segue out of Peacemaker.
That's kind
Unless-
of the
we can come
format
back
of
to
the show.
Peacemaker in a bit, but before we leave Peacemaker, I just want to say, PE says nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and Blue Spark
It
is
is.
saying, I think member berries is used in a negative context. So blue.
Yeah,
also
more often than
is-
not, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, Marcel, take that for what it's worth. Like, you don't have to change your view on it, but I feel like
I shall.
there
I
you
shall.
go.
By the way, I just want to say one more thing about Peacemaker before we move on.
Yes.
The moment that Hardcore and Peacemaker screw, I'm gonna just stand up and applaud because I cannot wait till they screw.
Wow, you really think it's gonna happen?
You think
Okay.
James Gunn is gonna like I just made this TV show because I'm a total cuck and I wanted to shoot a scene of John Cena just hammering away on my girlfriend.
No, but the thing is, Logo. But the thing is, hold on. Is that
Yes.
James Gunn's- Okay. Well,
Isn't right?
Well, then-
Isn't
Yeah.
are they dating? Yeah, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
But
It might be the
but with that being said, I really think that they have chemistry together. So I don't want to see them. Well, I kind of do want to see them screw, but I do think that they do have good chemistry together. So
Hey, the
I'm
beginning of
kinda-
the beginning of Excalibur is what's his face's daughter. The movie Excalibur. The girl gets banged by the guy in the suit of armor.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
the
John
guy,
Borman's
the guy in the
daughter?
chainmail.
John- I think I knew that.
That's his daughter. Yeah,
Wow,
That's the
John
director's
Borman,
daughter.
dude. I could
watching
never-
his own daughter getting banged by a dude.
Well,
in-
it's acting. It's
Chainmail.
You know what? That dude, he also direct that Sean Connery movie, Zardoz?
Yes, and I love Zardoz.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
I
it's such a
watched
good
that with
movie.
the DVD commentary, and he
So
said
good.
that the director said like when they were shooting that movie, Sean Connery came and stayed at his house, and he said Sean Connery was a very good house guest. He was always polite, and he always turned the lights off when he left a room.
that's cool.
So that's a little trivia about Sean Connery that for some reason I remember.
I thought you were gonna. I thought because of what Ruben said, you were gonna segue into Sean Connery was a good house guest. He banged my daughter in front of me, or something like that, or whatever.
he slathered my butt with butter before he.
No,
Now, by the way,
Oh my God.
Zardoz.
the
is
gun is good.
Yeah.
The penis is evil.
Yeah,
I love
okay.
Sorry, go.
Okay. Zardoz is one of the most freakiest,
Gay. Oh,
strangest pieces of shit I've ever seen in my life.
I still
Yeah.
want to wear that the red outfit for Halloween one
I
day.
can't get over that.
I would do a Starfleet Void After Dark
it's like, I
Zardos
can't get over that.
retrospective if
I'm sorry.
Ruben came dressed as Sean
Hey, maybe
Connery.
when we do
not
our
doing it.
7-hour marathon, when we do the 7-hour Starfleet Boy After Dark, maybe we'll watch that movie.
We're doing. What are we? What's the idea for tomorrow? Is it Wrath of Khan? What was the final choice?
No, what one?
Oh,
what one?
that's a private party, and it's First Contact tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't wear a vest like
Da, da,
my-
da, 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 da,
I was gonna
da,
dress
da,
as Khan.
da, 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 da,
Glorious victory.
ba. I don't know. That probably was off key or out too.
Wrath of Khan's a better movie though, but they're both really good.
All right.
I wish you would repeat what you told me offline, Fathery, about.
Oh, about how all the old original series fans are dying off, and now like Next Generation is going to be the dominant species, the dominant series of the Star Trek fandom for the rest of my life. Yeah,
it
that's
bummed you out.
unfortunate. And also, I'll never be able to live in a world that doesn't have Pokemon and Harry Potter in my face, because the millennial generation will control society for the rest of my life. And that's just the reality situation.
Pokemon.
That's just how it is.
Disney-
I'm not saying that it's like the worst thing ever or anything, but I mean that's just
No, but I do want to
This
point
is how
out
it is.
that I do want to point out just because just because you think that they will control the world doesn't necessarily mean that you have to pay attention to them. You could just go your own way and not even bother
Go
with them.
your own way.
yeah.
Go your
No, it's
own.
just like we still live in a baby boomer controlled world, but when they die, it's just going to go straight to the
Are we
millennials
like the
will
Prince
inherit.
Charles of the world, like where
Like
Queen Elizabeth's gonna die? He's
Gen
gonna get
X,
it for like
yeah,
a year.
Gen X gets skipped over.
Yeah, like
Because
We were the
There's-
smallest generation
yeah.
of the last four, so
Oh shit.
we had very little power.
We have a lot of influence. We're influencers.
But we're fucking awesome. That's all I
We
gotta
are
say.
awesome. We're awesome, and we have a lot of influence. It's true. I didn't
Yeah,
realize that we're the Prince Charles of
Yeah, that's a good
generations.
analogy. Actually, that's a good
Yeah.
analogy. But I mean, it's going to be good in a lot of ways. It's going to be good in like politics. It's going to be good
Yeah.
in like a lot of industries. Like I have a friend who's an attorney, and he talks about like, yeah, it sucks that like every law firm is controlled by like some old ass boomer who just refuses to die or retire. And so like the legal industry, like so many industries are just it's gonna be kind of a big refresh, and it's gonna happen very quickly. I think within the next 10 years we're gonna see a major shift.
I believe Fathery is a aging millennial.
I'm a ex-genial. I'm on the-
Ex-genial. Okay, you're on
Yeah.
the cusp. You're on like the transition. I like that term, ex-genial.
No, not many people use it. But
It's like
I have a foot in both generations.
Fathery, where were you gonna take us? You were on a Star Trek tip before
We were talking about something Star Trek related. Michael Dorn.
Yeah.
The SFX interview with Akiva Goldsman and Patrick Stewart and Terry Matalas. We talked about Picard season 2 and season 3 and it probably being the ending. Even though like it didn't come out and flat out say that. Akiva Goldsman said God only knows. But they do sound like yes, they are planning on season 3 to be kind of a definitive ending. I don't know if that means like Picard is gonna die or he's like gonna go like become a Q or it's kind of ripping off Cisco or what's
that
going to
would
happen.
Rip off Cisco.
But-
They've got to do something original for him, which could be
That's
just
what I
that
think.
We just don't. He just rides off into the sunset. Like
Yeah,
Indy
or
did.
just like
You know,
he's
it's
he's
yeah.
like he's like, oh, I went and did it all. I'm ready to go back to the chateau. I think.
Yeah. Or not even. Maybe he retires on. I don't know. Whatever he does.
And goes to Ryza and,
Yeah.
and bangs Vash. but-
John Morani finally lets loose. Blue says Terry Matalas gives the best teases,
Yeah.
and I
Well,
agree. Oh my
There's
god.
exciting things about what he was saying because he said he makes it sound like he plans on working in the Star Trek franchise for a long time. He's not going anywhere after Picard. He was asked what idea would he have for a show after Picard, and he said that he would love to do an anthology show, which was what Brian Fuller originally wanted to do with Discovery, was have an anthology show. But he was saying things like, you could do something with like what happens to Captain Archer after Enterprise. We could get George Takei to come be Sulu again.
Oh my god, he's saying all the things that those. Is that a member very Ruben? No, he's saying all. I love it though. I'm like, he's saying everything I want to hear. But carry on.
I was on mute. I said awful.
I was I remember in the 90s hearing about fans. Some fan wrote into like Star Trek Communicator in 1999 or something, some letter in some forum somewhere. But I saw a fan saying like, wouldn't it be cool if they did like a Star Trek anthology show where like every episode could be a different story and they could like jump all around the timeline. The reason why they didn't do that with Discovery is because they didn't want to build all these sets and stuff and only use them. Because the idea there, Brian Fuller had, was there'd be one season about this weird mushroom ship, and then there'd be something different in season 2.
I remember hearing those rumors.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Father, because you probably know this way better than I do. But didn't he want to do a different story for each episode, or just want to tell like one
different
story
for each season?
Okay.
That also has to do with
like an American Horror Story type.
Yeah, like American Horror Story.
That's what I had heard. That's what I remember when there was a lot of speculation around what Discovery was going to be, and that was definitely one of the things that I remember.
Yeah. They just decided that was too expensive. If they were going to build all these bridges and
of course now
uniforms and props and everything, they're like, no, you're going to have to use it for like years.
Yeah. With the AR wall now, you can do a lot more things.
It'd be easier to do now, but this is what I would do if they were going to do a Star Trek anthology show. I would do it where, sometimes each episode you could do like one episode stories, or you could do like little 3 or 4 episode arcs, but don't necessarily have to do like an entire season. And then you could do like every crazy idea, like Michael Dorn really wants to be Captain Worf. You could give him his Captain Worf story.
Yeah. And these things don't have to be
back.
like, these things don't have to be traditional. They can be like miniseries or things like that. Like it doesn't have to be like it's like what you said. It's like, I like that.
Kind of what the short treks were supposed to be, but didn't really work. But they're supposed to be all these different done in one stories.
This is an example of stuff that Terry Metalis tweets out, by the way. And sorry, Marcel, go ahead and say what you're going to say.
I mean, I would build a Star Trek series around a Star Trek medical ship. Well, I'm going to do.
I already have that written. I wrote it with my friend Humbert. It's called Star Trek Pasteur, and it stars Gates McFadden. And back in 1990, whatever, when we wrote the series.
No, but I'm going to actually do a spec script where I'm going to do a pilot for a potential Star Trek show, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna base the Star Trek series around a Starfleet medical ship.
Nice. ER in space. That was our pitch.
That's an idea that's popped up a lot, going all the way back to in the 60s. Gene Roddenberry talked about, I don't know how serious this was ever considered, but he talked about doing a spin-off starring Dr. Mbenga that would have been called Starship Hope, about a medical ship, the USS Hope.
What do you guys think of this?
I like that.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell. I mean, like obviously it's the LCARS display on something, but I couldn't really tell what it was.
No, that's the thing. None of his images like really give spoilers in a way. They're just kind of teases about like the aesthetic or the look of the show. And when I see this, I get really excited because it kind of the language, the visual language is very familiar to me. I love this stuff. Like I like the LCARS here, and I like this incorporation of a curved screen because that's something that's real today. Like we have this like,
is it like sideways? Should it be like turned or something? Like
well, look, voice analysis is correct. Like it's the right.
I need to see it in its context because it just looks really weird.
That looks very weird.
I'm very curious about the Starfleet ship that clearly season 3 is set on, but we'll find out.
This is like all
at some point.
3. Didn't you predict we're gonna get season 3 pretty quickly because
early 2023, January or February of next year, I think. It'll be the first show after we get through
Stranger World.
Lower Decks and Prodigy, which will be after Strange New Worlds, which will be after Picard, which is coming up soon.
By the way, if I could say, Terry Metalis is such a cool and rad guy. Every time I mention him on Twitter, he always gets back to me with a heart or a personal response. He's such a rad
Actually,
individual.
like there seems to be an effort on the parts of a lot, like Meg McMahon. I feel like was like the first person that I remember doing this. Like,
Right.
but
It's
yeah,
the
like
younger people, younger
yeah, they're
younger
like
showrunners.
showrunners. And Mike McMahon and Aaron J. Walke from Prodigy.
Yeah.
They're both incredibly active on Twitter. I've talked to Aaron Walke. Was in the Text Trek audience last week, and
yeah, that's
the YouTube stream.
That was
He was
hella
watching
rad.
the show, right?
he was like answering questions and stuff with it. But
Cool.
and him and Mike McMahon, they're like my age. We were all born. They're ex-gennials also. We were all born when Reagan was president. But they're younger people that are a little bit more keen on the social media side of things than some of the older, like say Akiva Goldsman, who's been in the industry forever. So since like Noah was building the ark. So yeah, that's
Wow.
it's a shift that we're gonna see there with the fandom, and they really do a good job of connecting to the community.
And not just like I've noticed there's like it's everyone, even Dave Blass, who's doing all the production design stuff. He's like
The designer of the Luna class.
the artist.
He's been on
yeah,
Trek
yeah, it's
Yards
true.
and stuff. He's a cool dude.
I bought him a shirt. He loved the I bought him the Lower Deck shirt that had the
Titan.
Titan on it because he saw it and he didn't have one. So I was like, I'll just buy it for you. And so I sent it to him. So it was really fun. That was an exciting thing Starfleet Boy got to do for someone. Parentheses I says, you could have a new series on Paramount Plus of Anton Chekhov. I think you meant Pavel Chekhov playing an elder Pavel. Anton. Who's Anton Chekhov? Anyways, playing an older Pavel. Oh, Walter Koenig playing an older. That's what you meant. I see the correction later on. Sorry. Okay. Of Walter Koenig, I like Anton Chekhov though. That's a cool.
Anton Yelchin, Pavel
and
Chekhov, Walter
yeah.
Koenig.
It's true.
Kind of
It's
all mixed together in there.
Playing an elder Pavel Chekhov and call the series Chekhov. The premise could be that Pavel Chekhov explores the work of raw famous Russian writer Anton Chekhov. Oh, I see where you went with this.
It's
It
very,
could be
very
like
Chekhov.
sophisticated.
They're gonna have Chekhov's gun hanging up on the wall.
I like this idea a lot, PE. I feel like you need to pitch that to. By the way, you guys probably aren't watching this, but I just want to give a shout out to the Gilded Age. It's like Julian Fellows, who did Downton Abbey. This is his follow-up series, and it takes place in New York in the 1880s, I believe. And it's so far it's just it's following this like aristocratic New York family, and then a nouveau riche New York family. So it's kind of like the struggle between like the old money and the new money. So that's a series that's going on, and I think it's going to be harsh. It's going to be critiquing. I don't know. We'll see what he does.
Hold up. Are you a Downton Abbey fan?
Huge. I love.
Okay.
I used to dress up and drink cocktails.
What? No.
Yeah.
You
100%.
would get along with Rachel, who
Yeah,
we've had on
Rachel.
were you on Text Trek when we had her? Or
I
no,
feel
that
like
was Brian.
I feel
Yeah.
like I might have been on.
She's into
Oh.
she's into a lot of that. I don't know, Great Gatsby ass type.
Oh,
bullshit.
cool. Yeah. Great Gatsby ass bullshit.
Yeah, she's a huge Jane Austen fan.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Oh,
Jane
me too.
Austen.
Jane
That's
Austen
her. That's
head.
her main jam. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, I will. I didn't know we had all this in common. That's super cool.
Yeah, man.
EPS network. Look at that. We get
I
a
like
little,
that. I like that.
We get a glimpse
Yeah.
of what.
No, that's the top of this ship.
Yeah, and here's
we
the
see on the
bridge
back of that
module.
chair that was on set.
Yep.
Yeah, the bridge. It's really cool from a design aesthetic. I see elements of the Ambassador class and the Sovereign class in there. Two really good looking ships, in my opinion. Two of my
Well,
favorite
yeah,
enterprises.
Starship Texas is a ambassador class starship.
Yep.
What's your call letters? I mean, your call numbers. I mean,
The registry
your
number?
NCC. Yeah, registry. That's what I meant. Thank you.
NCC 26302. And that in itself is a bit of a cheeky Easter egg. But it actually matches the all the ambassador classes that are on screen besides the Enterprise C, which has to have 1701. They all have a 5-digit registry that begins with 26. In the 302 represents March 2nd, which is Texas Independence Day.
Ah,
That's very keen.
There's also a there's multiple Starship Texases, but I'm not ready to reveal the other ones just yet.
I'm gonna put this up here so
Are
people know
those
what we're looking at.
phasers?
Yeah, so these are like this is some sort of weapons locker.
Yeah, they look
and
like phaser rifles on the
rifles,
left,
and then
Phaser
here's
rifles,
some
yeah.
phaser pistols. It looks
Yeah.
like they've
Yeah,
gone to a
phaser
pistol
pistols.
format.
I mean, we have those in Picard season 1.
Yeah.
They shot Shaka with.
What are these? Are these isolinear chips?
Look like it.
They sure do.
Data,
What's the
put them
best
back
dip
in
to
your-
dip
put them
isolinear
back.
chips in?
Put them back, goddammit! Faster, faster, faster! Sorry,
Data
sorry,
was
sorry.
good at it. Data could do it. I'm just gonna keep putting these teases up here, but we're gonna
See what I mean? Like I can actually tell what the fuck that is. You know, like the L cars thing you showed a second ago. Like I'm not really. I guess that's probably on the bridge, or maybe they're in like a
Just know what the
lab
fuck
somewhere,
that is.
or perhaps engineering. They were talking about warp cores. You know, Mike McMahon was talking about the size of his warp core and shit on there. Nacelle control room. Yeah, we're going back into the nacelle.
He was talking about. That's the other thing. These showrunners are like, they're hilarious.
Like in Eye of the Beholder, or Catwalk, or one of our planets is missing.
Oh, that's the animated series
Yeah,
episode.
those are all. I think all 3 episodes where they go inside of a nacelle.
Did you mention the Discovery one?
Oh no, and that was that Hope Is You Part 2.
Right,
So 4.
4 times.
But I knew the names of all of them.
And which one you said? Which was the TNG one that you said?
Eye of the Beholder.
Yeah,
that was the one with
that's- yeah,
Lieutenant
yeah.
Kwan.
Yep, that's right. I remember. That's the first time we saw that like plasma thing happening.
Yeah, the warp plasma.
Plasma, yeah, and stuff like that. But here's a nacelle control room that looks very interesting, very familiar as well. I feel like the design aesthetic is really consistent with, and I think Dave Blass said that they brought a lot of folks from the previous era, if you will, the Berman era, whatever you want to call it, in that were in the design team. So Michael Okuda is involved with this, right?
Michael Okuda. But I'm guessing he's probably just doing Elcar stuff. But I mean, he would do this. He made like door signs and stuff in the Berman era. So
Yeah.
that's probably him. I think Dougie, who tragically, I mean, I shouldn't say tragically, but it sounds like it's under control. But he just announced that he has cancer on Facebook.
Oh wow, that's right. You told us about that.
But he's very optimistic, and they're treating it, and he seems to have pretty high hopes. So we're all rooting for him, I'm sure.
That's a shame. That's really a shame.
Yeah, he just finally got to start working on Star Trek again. I mean, it's sad either way, but especially now you finally get to come home to Star Trek. But I think he's going to be very involved with the ships.
Yeah, that makes sense. We already know that the
Body
Sean P. Tourneau, I think his name is, the designer of the Titan, was the designer of the what I like to call the War Enterprise D, or
The
the
War
War
D.
D. So that was pretty cool to hear about. So yeah, they're bringing a lot of folks in. I'm just gonna show one more image because this one excites me. Because there's like a Starbucks. No, it's like a regular.
Body scanner.
Hold on, let me show you this. Let's see if I can bring this in. Here's a replicator with like a modern day, a current
That's
looking
cool.
takeaway coffee. It's not branded to anything, but
Good lord, what I wouldn't do for a replicator. Oh god.
So, do y'all think that La Serena will get destroyed in season 2, and then for some reason in season 3 they're operating out of this big modern Starfleet ship?
oh my gosh.
That would be really cool. I mean,
I hope the
don't
La
think-
Serena doesn't get destroyed
I
though, because
don't-
I kind of love her.
I mean, I don't really care for the ship design of the La Serena.
The La
if it goes-
Serena.
yeah, if it goes boom, I don't care. But if it would go boom, and if that would cause them to go to a more current Starfleet ship, a bigger ship, I would be down for that.
Marcelo, can I try to make you like this design?
You
Can I
can
just show
try.
it? Look at this. Look at this little baby coming over
Yeah,
here.
I mean,
It's grown on me recently.
Yeah, it is kind of cool.
You know what I like about it, Marcelo?
Oh, that was easy,
What?
Marcelo. Like I just
didn't-
converted.
but
You're
hold
like
up,
it.
hold up,
Oh,
hold
go
up,
ahead.
hold up.
Sorry.
The one thing I didn't like about it was its color scheme. So I was really glad to see that they changed the color scheme for a little bit in season 2.
Yeah. I wish the nacelles looked more Star Trekky. Because to me that ship looks like it could be in any, that could be in any science fiction. That could be in Halo. That could be in
glad
Alien.
they
That
didn't-
could be in The Expanse.
But Father, I'm glad they didn't do it because this is not like it's not a Starfleet vessel, and there's
I know,
wild
but-
nacelles and other designs. So like
but
we've
even
seen like
even when we
civilian
see like civilian ships in Star Trek that aren't Starfleet, they tend to have something recognizable Star Trek on them. So
What if I mean wait a minute. What if the La Serena blows up and they go back to the Enterprise, or they can go to
they won't
or,
go.
like,
They're not going to make the hero ship the Sovereign. It's just too.
It's,
I think
there's a picture on that chair where you see like the 4 nacelles on it. It's a cool looking ship, but it's a new design.
I don't think they're going to bring Sovereign.
I guess
well,
it could possibly be like the Enterprise F, but I don't think it's going to be an Enterprise.
I think we're gonna see the E before the end. I think. I think they're
mean,
gonna give that to everyone.
like-
I think we're
like-
gonna
Why-
see like
who's asking for that?
I
Is
am.
that, was
I
that like
want
a
the
high
E.
demand?
Yeah,
they
for
go-
me. Wow, dude.
what what if they go
E
like
fans
to,
out there,
like,
please come in and
what
say
if they go
something.
like to the Excelsior class or something like that? I mean, I don't know jack about ship
Look,
classifications, so
I'll be
you
happy.
guys will have to forgive me.
I'll be happy. I would have been like, it's not. I'm not as much into ships. I love ships. Like I have all the models, and everything like that. But like, I wasn't as disappointed as some people were with the copy paste fleet. Even though I was like, oh yeah, it could have.
It's a good design.
Yeah, it's
They blow up La Sargana, and then Riker's ship. They get on Riker's ship for season
The
3,
Titan.
so they have
Oh, I
Riker
wouldn't
on the
mind that.
ship.
Well, he's
And
not.
then
He's retired.
they find Worf broken down in space, and then they find Geordi
That's what I
hiding in a
want. That's
nacelle.
what I want. That's
And
what I
then
want.
they
Bro,
find
it's
fucking
fucking
Crusher just like selling that game thing to people. 'Cause he's like, it's good money, baby. I don't give a shit.
Dang, she
Smoking
left
weed
the
with
medical-
Rafi. Woo!
I actually kind of like that. Actually, No.
7 of 9 just fucking getting revenge on everybody, murdering people all across the galaxy.
Wow, we got Ruben to talk. Look at that. All the hype for Picard finally got Ruben to speak up here. Like, he was like, I can't, I gotta say something now. But Ruben,
And in
those
the
are all-
background is Chris Rios kicking a soccer ball, just jumping a soccer ball.
And drinking fucking aguardiente, because that's what all us Latinos
Aguardente.
soccer and drink aguardiente. Hey, chavalo. ¿qué
Hey.
pasa?
Ruben, he's a Latino dude who grew up in England.
Yeah.
He's got to be permanently connected to a
amazing
soccer ball. Like those two
That I could
cultures.
see. Yeah.
Those two
my
cultures,
God,
like
this is
he's
cool.
inseparable from soccer.
He's a great actor, though. I give him that. I like to see him in other stuff.
Yeah, he's good.
he's Lancelot in Merlin. I loved him in that.
You
You remember?
yeah.
Yeah. See. I think. See, that's you can't recognize him in his like different accents. He's really good at all the accents too. I think. don't know. I didn't
Yeah.
hear much critique from Irish folk or from Scottish folk about his other characters.
Yeah, it's like I was saying Sunday. That's like a pretty common thing with British actors, is they
Good at
train
accent.
how to do
Well,
the different accents.
Going back to Peacemaker, for Vigilante's fully British person. He was in Harry Potter. Like that was his first role. The actor.
I didn't know
I can't
that.
remember his name. Ronnie something. I think it's. But I've known that actor. I mean, I took a shining to him. But
there's only like 47 actors on that entire island, so you see the same ones pop up.
I love
Like, they've
that
all
he's
been in Game of
47.
Thrones. They've all been on Doctor Who.
47 is your casually hyperbolic number. It's like I'll just use 47 for anything that's like absurd, like umpteen. Instead of
Yeah.
umpteen, you just say 47.
I stole that from Larry Nemeczek. He does that.
Oh, nice. You emulated that. I would say Larry would let you.
No, I
have
stole
that.
it.
But yeah, he's a British actor, and his accent is so American. Like, he sounds like he grew up in the Midwest somewhere. You know, I feel like it's a very good spot on. As
You
would
know
say.
who has a hard time doing American accents? Is a lot of Australian actors. They'll do like a pretty good American accent, and then they'll have like one word every now and then where they just go full Australian. Like, you know what I'm talking about. But then
Russell Crowe.
You know who has the hardest time is French actors.
Yes.
Like, who's the one that Chris Nolan keeps putting in movies? She was in Inception. She was in The Dark Knight Returns.
Is it
Cotillard.
Cotillard?
Cotillard.
Yeah. Every
Beautiful.
movie that
Marianne
she
Cotillard.
is in, she has to talk so slow like this. Like, she is just a little baby who just learned how to talk, because it is so hard
I find
for
it so
her
cute.
not
That's funny.
to have a super strong French accent on every syllable.
I think the French accent is so good that French people should never pretend to do any other accent. To be
I mean,
honest. Like, I feel
Arnold
like they should just-
Schwarzenegger has done a shitload of movies.
Yeah.
Like, early Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, they would try to explain why he has an accent. Like in Commando, they're like, he defected from East Germany and left. You know, like they would
always,
try
like,
to
a
explain
reason.
it. But then, like, at one point in like the late '80s, they just stopped trying. He's like, hello, my name is John. I grew up in Ohio. I am just an average American man.
And it was all good. It's true. It's true. And actually, I would argue he made one of the most like patriotic propaganda videos I've ever seen in my whole entire life. That was the most American thing, even with his German sword or whatever, or his Conan sword that he had like in the video. Is like pretty epic. So I was like rallying for that one. But yeah, Arnold
And
Schwarzenegger is an
Sean
American
Connery.
treasure.
Sean
Yeah.
Connery played characters that weren't Scottish, but they still had a Scottish accent.
It's a case
Mo-
of
most-
Hunt for Red October. It's
Hunt for Red October when he's supposed to be Russian. James Bond when he's supposed to be English.
Sean Connery's the king of cultural appropriation because
Yeah.
he played an Egyptian who grew up in Spain,
Spain.
in Highlander,
and has a Scottish accent.
and has a Scottish accent.
And the movie is called fucking
Oh, Welsh
Highlander,
accent.
and they get a French dude with a French as fuck French accent to play the Scottish Highlander.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
This is true.
They could have made that exact same movie and just been like, "Oh yeah, like your name's not Connor McCloud. It's Connor Leclaude. You're from France."
And
And
you're trying. You're
this
actually
guy,
like, Leclaude is a French sounding
yeah,
name.
and then like, okay, Sean Connery, instead of being named Ramirez, your character is named McRobert, and you're from Scotland. And they just done the exact same fucking movie, and the accents would have made sense. You couldn't call it Highlander, you call it like the Frenchman or whatever.
It gets even
but
more
still,
complicated when you find out they're both aliens from a planet called Zeist.
well, we're not going into Highlander 2,
Zeist
the
lives.
Renegade cut.
I just
That's
yeah,
the
I just
true
wanna say
Highlander.
Zeist lives. I'm a Zeist person, by the way. I'm 100% Zeist lives. Hashtag Zeist lives.
Man, I saw that. I watched the VHS of that movie when I was a kid, and then I was like, I shouldn't even return this to the store because then someone else might. I should just destroy this and pay the fine for not taking it back.
Dang. That's quite a reaction.
They did a Highlander 3 with what's his name? Mario Van Peebles.
Mario Van Peebles, and then they
What
did
the hell happened? Is he still
part four
alive?
part 4 with Duncan. The TV
Oh yeah, the
Highlander
TV
and
show
the
with
movie
Duncan.
Highlander.
Duncan McLeod kind of sucked. Like he's like Rocky Balboa. He had to get the
No,
shit
Duncan McLeod's
kicked out of
awesome.
him.
Are you kidding? I watched
He
that
always
show.
got beat up. He always got
He
beat up
did.
before he could fight back.
Oh, he had to learn. Yeah, he had to grow.
I think it's funny that there was basically a fight in every single episode. Every episode has like a.
It could be like 90 degrees outside. There's people like running around in shorts and stuff, and they all got like them trench coats on. Or they just pull a sword out of nowhere.
Yeah, and the fighting amounts to just slamming the swords, like the opposite of actual sword fighting. It's just slamming swords back and forth against each other, dulling them because if you're hitting blade to blade, you're just fucking up your blade. So like a little bit of fucking research would have gone a long way on that show.
But that looks so cool in the first movie. You know how they made like the sparks when he's fighting Clancy Brown?
cool.
They had
Yeah,
that
that's
crazy
pretty
sound
Yeah,
effect.
the way they created that effect is it was really simple. They took a car battery and they wired the positive into the hilt of one sword and they wired the negative into the hilt of another
that's
sword. And then whenever they
genius.
made contact, it would
It would
arc,
spark.
and that gave them the sparks.
Oh, that's brilliant practical effects.
Ingenuity.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
read
today
one
they would
comment
just
and
CGI that. It'd just be some dude on a computer putting
gonna read-
CGI sparks.
I'm gonna read one comment and then it's Ruben's turn to make it show because I gotta go get a refill. But the comment is, I think that I would enjoy the Picard show more if it actually did focus on the character Picard instead of having it be another Star Trek show featuring another ship and crew exploring the galaxy.
Yeah. Well, we're not for sure if that's what it's going to be, but that's kind of my fear too. PE is I don't want it to be like Star Trek: The Next Generation, The Next Generation.
No, but I think season 2 of Picard is going to be vastly different in tone from season 1. I probably can't explain to the panel what I'm talking about. The only person on the panel that probably understands what I'm trying to say just a little bit is Ruben. But I think it's going to be vastly different in tone than season 1. I could be wrong.
I hope
could be
Picard
wrong.
wakes up in the middle of the season in the world of Inner Light, and his whole life in Starfleet was actually a dream in the Inner Light world.
And Cayman is
Yeah,
real.
he actually Cayman. This is Picard
then-
season 2 Cayman. The Cayman Chronicles.
Then who was dreaming like Voyager and all these other shows?
This complex dreams within dreams. It's like Inception.
Yeah.
But with everything I just said, I am tremendously excited for Picard. Like Picard season 2. I am so excited. I really can't wait to see what they do. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be time travel-y shenanigans. So that's always fun.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think it is a little weird that they're doing something so similar to the Mirror universe with like this dark timeline thing, but I'm curious to see it. And yeah, I like time travel-y stuff. I'm looking forward to Q and Guinan showing up.
Yeah, I mean, you said that nobody does time travel better than Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
You said that on Text Record.
No, that's true. Like all of the and I hear a lot of people complain about like, oh, they do so much time travel in Star Trek. Yeah, but that's all the best episodes. You know, like I love to go through this. What's the best episode of the original series? Most people consider it the best episode of TOS. A lot of people say it's the best episode of any Star Trek ever.
I would say the Guardian of Forever.
Yeah, City on the Edge of Forever.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that episode is so good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The animated series. A lot of people consider Yesteryear, where you see young Spock and Ichea. That's time travel. They use the Guardian of Forever again in that. Like in the movies, a lot of people like Star Trek 2 the most out of the original series but the original series movies. But Star Trek 4 also gets a lot of love. The one with the whales, as everyone says. Next Generation, Star Trek Next Generation. Yesterday's Enterprise. People love Yesterday's Enterprise. Deep Space Nine. You have Trials and Tribulations, where they go back in time to the Trouble with Tribbles. They have Past Tense gets a lot of praise. Uh, the Visitor. Oh my god, the fucking Visitor with Tony Todd as old Jake. Man, I can't even
Yeah,
watch like
sorry, sorry.
the first shot of that episode makes me
That
cry.
is so good. It's
Yeah,
so
all time travel. The Voyager had a what is that? Timeless, the one with where
yeah,
Voyager crashes on that
yeah.
ice planet.
That's the 100th
Yeah,
episode. Timeless. Yeah.
yeah. That Harry has to go back in time.
Yep.
So I mean, they all do it, and do it pretty well.
But actually, what's your favorite episode from every series? That would be an interesting question.
Oh, I hate picking favorites. I hate
Okay.
picking favorites. I hate ranking things. So I don't. Whatever I say, I might just change my opinion.
Days
The
tomorrow.
next day.
I don't think this is a popular opinion, but one of my favorite TNG episodes ever is an episode that a lot of people hate for some reason, but there's something charming that I find about it. I love the episode, the Royale,
Yeah.
where the Enterprise come upon this like hotel in space, and they find the dead astronaut in the room.
Yeah, that had that guy. That guy Tex was the gambler in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that episode. And another one of my favorite TNG episodes is the one where
I'm pretty sure the girl that Tex is with is in Grease too.
what? Huh.
She
I
was
don't
in
know.
something else.
I've never
She
seen
was in
Grease
something
2.
else, but I can't remember what it was. I don't know why Grease comes to mind.
No, but another one of my
She
favorite
kind of looks like
episodes
Frenchie.
is that episode where Picard first dresses up as Dixon Hill, and yeah, I mean, yeah,
Those are
uh,
two early ones. It's season
yeah,
one and season two.
yeah. Those are very very early. I'm trying to think what other ones I like. There were a couple other ones where I just watched them and they're like I know that these aren't typically the episodes that fans have on their like best of list, but for me personally, those two just pop for me for some reason. Um, and then of course there's Measure of a Man. There's the Moriarty episode. Um, what's another good one? Damn, there's um,
Okay, if you had to pick an absolute favorite, though, I'll try to. Should we start at the original series and try to go through this?
well, my favorite episode from the original series is really early on. It's the it's the Gary Mitchell episode where he.
Where No Man Has Gone Before.
Thank you. Yes.
The second pilot. I was actually thinking about saying that. I really love that episode too. But I really like Balance of Terror. I really like um Arena with the Gorn. I
Yeah,
love the
good too.
Gorn. I really like I really like the Trouble with Tribbles. I really like Journey to Babel. I might say Journey to Babel because it was like the most like world building. We also got got to see Spock's family. We got to see it gave us Tellarites, gave us Endorians, kind of explained how the Federation works. So I might just say Journey to Babel just to have an answer is my favorite.
Um. So for next gen, my favorite episode from
Wait, you got to do the animated series.
I've seen bits and pieces of the anime series, so I feel like I'm not qualified to do that.
Oh, I'd
Um,
go with the Magics of Magus too because it's the most metal episode of Star Trek ever.
Metal episode that's
Yeah,
intriguing. Like
you should check it out sometime.
are you talking about metal, or are you just talking about it's really rad?
I'm talking about heavy metal.
Ah, that's really intriguing. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
all
talking
right.
about there's like druid looking dudes in robes. I'm talking about
Huh?
Spock draws a pentagram on the floor of the
Oh, that's
Enterprise. I'm talking
awesome.
about the devil himself
That
appears.
sounds awesome. I gotta check this out.
Yeah, go what the Magics of Magus 2. Go watch it.
All right, I'll go watch it. So my favorite episode of TNG probably would have to be. I I really love the pilot, but I also I adore Measure of a Man. um, the Data episode where that scientist tries to convince Data that he should come with him so he could disassemble him
Yeah.
and find
Bruce
out.
Maddox,
Yeah,
R.I.P.
um, and if I had to pick a like, yeah, I would have to say that one for next gen. For Voyager, oh my god, the first episode where Seven shows up. What is it?
Scorpion,
Yes,
Part 2.
Yes, Scorpion Part Two. But I also really love Timeless too. Timeless is one of my, and I also love the 37s.
Well, what about the Year of Hell?
That's it, that is another good one.
It's another time travel one too.
Yeah. For Enterprise.
What about
there-
DS9?
Oh no. DS9. I love the first season episode Dax.
Man, you like a lot of the early episodes. In
Yeah,
some
I
of
do.
These.
I do.
That's
I do.
interesting.
I do. Because it's these early episodes that really hooked me into. I mean, I was predisposed to liking Star Trek anyway because I love Star Trek, but it's the early episodes that really, sort of hooked me into to liking the rest of the series. Um, Enterprise, I really like an episode in season. I think it's season 1.
What are you guys doing?
Where-
Best of each series?
And favorites.
Oh,
Yes.
favorites of each series.
Where the Enterprise, after making first contact with a race, with a specific race, this alien thing, like stows aboard the ship and makes its home in one of the cargo bays. And when a crew member stumbles upon it, this thing wraps around.
You're talking about a Vox Sola, like the big cumwad, the big ball of snot, whatever it is.
Yeah, Big Ball Smut. That's one of my favorites from. And also I like the season 2 opener when Malcolm Reed has to go on the hull of the ship to disarm the thing. And
That's the second episode of season 2, right? Or is it third?
okay.
I think it's called Minefield.
Yes, Minefield. Yes, and also my other favorite one is when Trip and Malcolm are adrift in the pod and they're all by
Shuttle
themselves.
Pod 1.
Yeah, Shuttle Pod 1. And they
Yeah,
all
that's a
start
good one,
and they start drinking. I also
Is that getting
love-
annoying? Point out the name of the episode.
No, I
No,
love
it's
that
fine.
you
No,
know
it's
it. I
fine.
think
I
it's
do it
great.
on purpose to keep my brain sharp. So I can,
Yeah, you have to do those type of
No, it's fine.
exercises. I agree.
Also, I really love Dear Doctor and
That's a good one.
Night in what is it?
Night in Sick Bay.
Yeah, it's
Damn,
really,
you have a lot in
Ooh.
Enterprise. You're like
Yeah,
an
that's
Enterprise person.
Night in Sick
Yeah.
Bay is a rough one for me. I like when they're chasing the bat and then he keeps having like those weird dreams.
yeah.
It's kind of absurd.
Also from Enterprise,
I liked it.
I love that early episode when they go to that civilization that where Archer strikes up a relationship with a chemist woman.
Yeah, I'm laughing because you said the one where they go to that civilization, and
Yeah.
the name of the episode is Civilization.
Really? Okay.
But
See, well-
that's just those Berman era episode titles. Like the TOS episode we watched last weekend. What was the name of it? So hell.
In truth, is
Is there in truth no beauty?
I know Dave the Dove is next,
And then
which is also a good title.
yeah,
by
it
the way,
is.
so yeah,
But then Enterprise has an episode called Civilization.
which also could have been a TNG episode, which also could have been like a DS9 episode.
DS9 had some good episode titles. Fucking like Tears of the Prophets,
Prophets, yeah, that's a good title.
I have-
Apocalypse Rising.
I have one more for Enterprise if I could. I like the Hoshi Sato episode where she where she where she thinks she's disappearing.
I thought you were gonna
After
say where her
she-
shirt comes off.
No, it's not. No, oh, I like that one too. But I like that moment too. But
That's in Shockwave Part 2, I
Did
think.
Ruben do his favorites?
but what is it? What is that episode called, Father? Where she is like disappearing. What is that episode?
It's in season 2, but
It's
I don't
called
remember.
Hoshi's character arc. Season 4. Sorry.
Where she's just like like
Sorry.
Yeah, I can't remember.
immaterial.
Yes,
but-
I think it's.
But then it was like all a dream at the end.
Yeah, no, but it turns out that she's stuck. That
You guys'
that she
life
was,
is but a dream.
that she was stuck in the pattern buffer for
Yeah.
less than a minute.
And she had like this
Oh.
whole like dream.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah,
wild.
It's
More
like-
pattern.
Yeah, they
buffer
tried to
stuff.
give Hoshi some stuff. That's interesting that you liked that one. They
No,
did
but
that
I'm-
one, and then they did the one with her and that alien who wanted her as
I
as-
wish
as
I wish
wife.
someone would make a supercut with the Celine Dion song "It's All Coming Back to Me Now" with that episode with the two of them, like a Beauty and the Beast type of thing. I would love to see like a supercut music
my
video.
I'll
You
do
know
that.
the song, right? The Celine
I
Dion
do
song. It's all coming back to me.
I can do that.
Enterprise, I really
Ooh, you can
struggled
do it?
with
Do it, Marcelo.
those early seasons, but I love season 4 so much. I didn't really connect with those characters until season 4, so it was so tragic for me when they canceled the show because like, oh my god, I'm just now starting to, like these people.
No, I mean, for me, Father, you know this. There's something about Enterprise that just speaks to me. You know this. I've told you this before. Yeah, I really like the series from.
Yeah,
From
but that was your
moment
first
one. Yeah.
after the Kelvin movies. That was your first Star Trek.
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so yeah, after the Kelvin movies, I went to Enterprise, and then I fell in love with TNG. So,
PE points out the irony, of course, is that Hoshi was a character that was mainly ignored throughout the series, and that one of the 2 episodes that she was featured in was about her
Yeah.
being invisible. Oh, that is
Well, I think they fleshed her out more in
Really?
season 4 because Manny Koto was so better at writing Enterprise than Berman or Braga. But like when I watched Enterprise, I was like, man, like some of these people are so. I mean, I liked Trip, I liked Archer. They kind of were all over the place with T'Pol, so she was kind of hard to peg down. But in season 4, I used to think, oh, like Malcolm Reed and Travis Mayweather and Hoshi, they're all so bland. But they started making them all. They gave all of them more stuff to do. They all got more interesting, and then the show stopped. And it was, going into season. A lot of us knew season 4 of it was probably going to be the final season of
And-
Enterprise. They moved the show to Fridays, and I was like, yeah, I guess they should just go ahead, do one last season and cancel it. Make a different Star Trek show. This one doesn't work. And I loved it so much. And then when it got canceled, I was so sad. I was like, no, I need more Enterprise.
I have one more, and I swear I will stop naming Enterprise episodes. I like that episode where Malcolm, Trip, and Travis have to like go into this cave to rescue these miners, and Travis ends up breaking his leg on the way to rescue them all.
Oh, yeah. They're Denobulans.
Yes, the Nobelins. So, see, I'm an Enterprise guy. I love Enterprise.
You are, yeah. You know who else is an
You
Enterprise
didn't name
person?
anything from season 4 either. They were all like
No,
seasons
yeah,
1 and 2.
Yeah, these are see, I'm a very, very early guy.
You know who else is an Enterprise person?
Robbie is an Enterprise.
Earl Grey
Robbie.
Trekkie. Robbie,
Yeah, Robbie.
who celebrated his 18th birthday on Thursday.
Yeah, he was
today-
born when I looked it up. He was born when they were shooting season 3 of Enterprise.
I have 2 minutes to mention that it's my sister's birthday today, so happy birthday to my sister.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, they're both Aquariuses, so that's I
didn't know this.
don't take stock in that stuff, but it's interesting. My sister and Robbie they probably could be good friends. I don't know, could same sign friends, right? That's a thing, right? Like in the astrology world.
Is that a thing?
I don't
I have
know.
no idea.
Same
I
sign
have-
friends. That's a jingle. Uh, Blue is asking. I want to say my favorites. Blue is asking, did you already talk about Quantum Leap reboot? No, we have we talked
No.
about it? Did we
I
talk
didn't
about it
know.
last
I didn't
week?
know it was getting a reboot.
No, we've never talked about Quantum Leap on this show.
I thought that was like a rumor. I don't think there's anything.
No, they're
official.
doing it.
We're doing
What?
it.
Yeah, it's happening. Scott
Who's doing
Bakula is
it?
even talking about.
Shut your
Yeah,
trap.
Yeah. I believe it's Peacock.
Who's writing? Sorry, Ruben.
Oh, that I don't know. Because me and Geek and Review talked about it on Twitter.
I don't know. But
That's where I heard. Geek and Reviews my rumor mill. That's the only person. That's the only. Everyone go check out Geek and Review. By the way, he's Scottish. He's got a channel. He's got opinions. And
He's awesome, by the way. I do. But by the
he
way,
sometimes
He's
appears
got
on
two
this-
lungs.
He's got 2 lungs. He's got a
He's
beard.
a Time Lord.
He's also got
a
a drawings of himself that his lady friend made his girlfriend. I used to say girlfriend, lady friend, girlfriend, whatever. I don't know what you say in Scotland. Oh, lass? No, you. Is it lass? No.
his companion. Sorry, not his companion.
How would you say like my girlfriend in Scotland?
Lassie.
Lassie? No, that's not it. We're terrible. Please don't tune out Scottish listeners and viewers. I'm sorry.
He just lost them all.
Please still be our friend, Robbie and Al. My friend, at least. I'm the one infringing. But anyways, going back to Quantum Leap. I thought it was a rumor. Holy shit! So what do you mean? Like Scott Bakula is going to be playing Sam?
Well, it's
Like,
still
Sam
in early
Beckett?
development, but probably coming back as whatchamacallit, as the owl, you know?
Ain't he the
Oh,
lead
he'll
in
be-
a cop show in one of those?
See if I find a good article with
Oh,
some
he
good information.
He's-
Scott Bakula just finished his run on NCIS.
Oh, okay, so he's
Yeah.
looking
He
for
was-
work.
Yeah, he was on.
Can we get him
NCIS.
back as Captain Archer? I mean, they're
No.
teasing so hard in Star Trek Discovery. Enterprise. There's so much Enterprise love in Star Trek Discovery season 4. Like, I feel like there's something going on. I feel like there's like
Yeah, I mean,
like a little bit of a suggestion.
This is from
happening. I don't know.
Deadline.com. Quantum Leap reboot set at NBC with pilot order. Quantum Leap's rumored long blah, written and executive produced by La Brea. Oh boy. La Brea co-showrunners Stephen Lillian and Brian Windbrandt, and executive produced by Blind Spot creator Martin Giro, as well as Quantum Leap creator, executive producer Don Bellisario's back.
okay.
Follow-up series is set in the present time. It's been 30 years since Sam stepped into the quantum accelerator and vanished. Now a
Dang.
new team. Oh
Oh,
boy.
a team. It's a team
A new
now.
team has been assembled to restart the project in hopes of understanding the mysteries behind the machine and the man who created it.
Wow.
That's from Deadline. Bakula is not not attached to reprise his role or produce but has
That's because he's coming back as Captain Archer. That's
but
what
is
it
aware of the reboot and has had conversations about potentially getting involved. Bakula's
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there you go.
Is the whole series
It's
on
coming.
Peacock right now or anywhere? Is the series available on streaming at the moment?
Oh, to
yeah.
Quantum Leap?
I think it's available on Peacock.
I gotta start
Speaking-
watching it again. I love that show.
Speaking of Peacock, my favorite writer of all time is going to do a brand new TV show for Peacock with Julie Plec that I'm tremendously excited about. If
What's
I
it
can
called?
remember the goddamn name of the show. Hold up. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna go look it up. I cannot find this thing.
Wow, Blue! I
Uh,
didn't know about Quantum Leap. That's cool. I heard about it, but I thought it was a
Yeah,
rumor. It's cool.
it's called oh my god, what is it called? Shit.
Well,
It's-
Well, while
not
you look
called
that up,
yeah.
I think Archer coming back. I'm all a fan. I feel so guilty.
It'd be hard to
for-
do because he looks so much older now.
right? But
but-
you just do like a short trek.
Well,
Just
it
bring back
depends.
short treks,
It depends
you
on
know,
when you set that show because I think a lot of us really wanted to see a Earth Romulan war.
Are you laughing? What are you gonna call me a member
Don't worry,
berry?
I'm-
Member berry toss?
You are the
Am I-
member berry.
I am the member berry. Like,
I got it.
like Ruben's laughing at me.
I got it.
It's true. Dean Stockwell died last year, so that will require some recasting there.
I got it. I got it.
Or
It's,
they might.
No, it's they don't need to recast it. It's 30 years
hold on.
later.
They're gonna have a new AI, but it's gonna be like a hot
Yeah.
young lady.
Maybe it'll be like the robot that led the Power Rangers. Ay 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 ay, and that little
Oh yeah, Alpha
droid.
5.
Yeah.
Alpha 5?
Power Rangers.
Man,
I got it.
Zordon was so racist. Have we
Zordon.
talked about this?
No, I don't know Power Rangers. I've never
This
watched
is
a
how
single
racist
episode.
Zordon was. Is he like recruits these teenagers, and the Asian girl is the Yellow Ranger.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The black dude is the Black Ranger.
Oh, my God.
The girl is the white girl is the Pink Ranger. That's okay. Yeah, whatever.
The American Zordon is racist. You should say because
Yeah, the
that was
American
a
Japan,
Zordon.
it
that was a
didn't correlate,
repurpose.
right?
But then their leader is this white boy who becomes the White Ranger, and on his suit he has like this like additional like armor, so he's like more protected than all the
Wow,
minorities
really?
on the team.
No
Yeah,
way.
I'm
Was there,
not
was
making this up.
there a
Ranger-
brown ranger?
The Red Ranger was the white guy, like the redneck, basically, and then the Blue
Yeah.
Ranger was gay because
was gay.
gay people were blue in the early 90s.
We were.
and 80s.
We were always like. I feel like we were always like. No, I didn't remember a blue period in the gay '90s. I'm sorry. Like, I think
That's the only one that
I would
doesn't fit.
remember. I would have
He was the
remembered the gay
scientist guy.
blue period, but
You don't remember when all gay people were Smurfs?
no, I
It's
don't remember our
incredible.
blue period. I do not remember.
When
our
they
blue
grew into
period.
real people, it was like, wow.
But so there was a gay dude, but he was blue. You're saying?
Ooh,
Well, I think the actor
Never mind.
turned
Never
gay.
mind.
The actor
never
is
mind,
gay, but
never
he
mind.
wasn't.
Never mind.
What were you gonna say?
Shit.
Just say it. You can't say it.
I was
Can
gonna
you
say maybe y'all were so blue in the early '90s because y'all were still sad about AIDS in the
Oh,
'80s.
yes, that is actually
Oh.
that's funny but dark. So I'm glad you said it though. All right, yes, that would be a reason to be the Blue Ranger. But no, I still don't. I still don't see what the Blue Ranger is.
Excuse
But
me.
wait, there was no brown. Was there a brown Ranger? My people was because I'm
No,
considered
he was
brown,
working
I think.
behind the scenes.
Oh dang!
And the
in
robot,
the IT
the
closet,
robot
is
was
that
a
what you're
Mexican.
What?
Yeah, that's
The
right.
Brown Ranger was the gardener that was just kept the base.
No, no.
Oh,
I was
And he
not
could
in the
shoot-
IT
and he could
department,
shoot
and I
empanadas.
was not the gardener.
He could shoot empanadas out of his hands.
Oh, I see. You're saying, dang.
then there's these two dudes, who were bullies at their high school named Bulk and Skull, and the whole thing with these two characters is that they're both idiots. They're total morons, and they're also bullies.
Oh, God.
And then in one of the later seasons, the two of them become cops.
I'm glad I,
like-
didn't
What?
watch Power Rangers. Now
Yeah.
I'm so glad that I
Oh,
never
God,
watched a
please
single
don't.
episode.
I like that we
I-
thought two
I-
different racial stereotypes for our joke there. I was thinking brown for a Mexican landscape
I was
guy.
thinking brown for like
You were
Indian,
thinking an
Indian
Indian.
and Pakistani.
Yeah.
Brown,
sure.
Who
brown
works
is
the
a
Power
very
Ranger
wide
support
umbrella.
It is a white umbrella. I
Hello,
will say,
thank you for calling. I am John.
dang, I'm gonna do my Spanish accent, but not tonight.
Do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
No,
By the way, guys. I
not
feel like-
tonight. I'll do it another time.
I feel
when
like
when you're
I-
off guard.
Yeah, I feel that I should just mention that when I was growing up as a kid, like Power Rangers used to be my favorite thing on the planet.
Really?
So I grew up.
Did you understand any of these racist subtexts
Hell
that
no.
we were talking?
Hell
Or
no.
I guess they're not subtexts.
Well, I was in my senior year of high school, I think, when Power Rangers came on Fox,
Yeah,
right?
it
was
started
Fox
in 92, 93.
93, yeah. So
Yeah.
that was I graduated 93, 94.
But with that being said, I tried to watch like the pilot episode a couple years ago, and I couldn't get through it. I was like, this.
You know
fucking-
why I didn't like? I didn't want.
Oh,
I
God.
refused to watch. I was very snobby when I was younger, and the reason I didn't want to watch Power Rangers is because I thought this is like an imitation Voltron, and so I just like I'll just watch Voltron.
It's kind of what I thought.
You thought the same thing, right?
Yeah. I watched a lot of the stuff on Fox back then because I was really into Batman the Animated Series, and I was really into
I love Batman.
the X-Men. And then in
So good.
94 they started the Spider-Man animated series. But yeah, all of that animated stuff was a lot more better, and I would say even more sophisticated than Power Rangers. But I would see episodes of it sometimes, and yeah, it was a huge deal. It was very big at the time.
Yeah, and the Power Rangers is where I got my first crush. Is where I got my first crush on Amy Jo Johnson, who later
Felicity.
did Felicity, and before Felicity, she did a Disney Channel movie called Susie Q that was really kind of cheeky and kind of fun. It was stupid, it was ridiculous, but it was cheeky and fun. By the way, I got the name of that TV show that Kevin's going to be working on. It's going to be called uh, Death Day.
Death
Interesting.
Day.
Yeah.
Is that like the movie?
Yeah, like Happy Death Day.
No. It's nothing. It's something like that. So apparently, the concept for the show is that the dead come back to life for one night to right their wrongs or to do some evil, mischievous thing.
Dias de los
Um,
Muertos. Death
Yeah,
Day.
so it's interesting.
The day
And-
of the dead.
It's like
Like The Crow? This is like The Crow.
Oh, was he only? Did he have expired? Did he expire like after a day?
No, I don't.
why
think
does that sound so familiar?
so.
You know, the funny thing about Voltron and Power Rangers is that Power Rangers is part of the Super Sentai, which is a long-standing Japanese series of TV shows and stuff with robots and all that sorts of stuff that goes back to way before Voltron. So it's kind of interesting how those things influence each other.
Hmm.
They kind
And
of intertwine, you know?
I feel
And-
like, yeah, I loved Voltron as a kid. I mean, like, just the toy looked, it matched what you saw on screen. Like, the little legs turned the same. It was the first time where I was like, this toy is just like what I saw on fucking TV. You know, like the. I guess He-Man did that too. But sorry, Marcel, what were you saying?
And the
and-
masters
and-
of the
and-
universe.
Kevin has another TV show in development at this time. I don't know what it is called, but I've heard through his grapevine that he's got another one coming up. And he also has a movie that he wrote the original story for called Sick. It's a pandemic horror movie. So,
Gonna be a lot
Oh,
of
we're
those
finally. I guess we're finally making pandemic.
yeah.
Right? There hasn't been like one yet, right? Like,
You know,
TV
but-
I mean,
Yeah, but-
The Stand remake came out during COVID on Paramount Plus.
But you want to, but you want to know a really good movie that was made during the pandemic was a movie.
No,
with-
I mean a movie about the pandemic.
No, yeah,
There's
no,
been a
but-
few. I don't think there's been many
Really?
high
no,
profile
but
ones.
there's this.
Well, you know, in the indie mid-tier world,
Yeah.
there's been a lot, but
There's this
Hollywood.
there's this movie that came out with Tia Ejiofor and Anne Hathaway called Lockdown, and that movie is completely based around the pandemic, where Tia Ejiofor works for he's a driver for a big bank company, and eventually he decides to rob the bank company, so he enlists the help of his wife, Anne Hathaway, to do so. It's pretty cool.
Do you guys know who this is?
No, who is that?
Earl Grey Trekkie.
That's
sent this
He-Man.
to me. That's He-Man. Yeah, the new live
That's
action
the new
He-Man.
He-Man.
Why does he look like Robbie so much? What the hell?
He looks like Robbie to you? Sorry, Rob. I mean,
He's got, like-
Robbie's a handsome dude, but
Yeah,
but I don't think Robbie's like this like
but
this
he's
like
got-
steroid.
he's got so many sharper features than Robin is.
Yeah.
Alright.
Robbie, you could play He-Man if you want to, bro. You could totally do it. I believe in you. At least you could play Prince Adam. They'd have to get like Lou Ferrigno to play He-Man, though. I think that He-Man will be played by someone different, don't you think? He's like Prince
I think
Adam.
they'll probably use the same
Same actor.
dude.
Yeah, or maybe they might digitally do a little like they did with 300, give a little bit of more definition.
boost.
Give him some spray on abs.
Yeah.
Rihanna's.
Well, did Sohel, did you want us to talk about Book of Fett or
Yeah.
Superman and Lois?
Book of Mando. Sorry,
Book of Fett starring Mandalorian.
Mandalorian.
Before we go to that, they should make a Captain Planet reboot from PE and make him a radical eco-extremist trying to destroy global industrial civilization.
I mean, someone should be
The Don-
trying to
I
do
really
that.
love.
The
I
Don
really love.
Cheeto, the Don Cheeto short pretty much covered that.
I know, but I just love this is the pitch right here. This is like if I were a venture capitalist or like a producer with like lots of money and you came to me
Oh.
with this pitch, I'd be like, yes, greenlit, let's go.
Did I ever tell y'all my
Like,
idea for Johnny Quest, a gritty modern Johnny
No.
Quest reboot?
No, but remember, you're telling everyone now.
I
But I want to hear this. Because
hold
I
on.
always can I play Haji? Are you Johnny Quest? Can I be Haji?
I know little blonde kid. But
I also love Johnny Quest when I was a kid. So
Yeah,
I
me
fucking-
too. I love that show.
okay, here's my idea for like a modern, serious, gritty reboot of Johnny Quest. Is that you start off with Johnny is like all grown up and he's played by Matt Damon, but it's been like years and there's like an attack on his life.
Oh, damn.
And he's like, "Oh my God, what's going on?" And he's then he finds out that there was an attack on Race Bannon's life, and they're not hanging out together. They're not around each other. And Race Bannon is played by Kevin Costner. And they go like Johnny Quest and Kevin Costner like get together and they're like, man, like who's attacking us? Like we haven't even seen each other in years ever since the incident. But like someone like is like knowing where to strike us. Like we need to go get your dad. And Johnny's like, I haven't talked to my dad since all of that stuff went down. And then Race is like, we got to put that behind us, John. Like our lives are in danger. And so they go to Dr. Quest, and he's played by Ed Harris. He's like lost like all of his red hair. He's like doing like crazy mad scientist experiments in a lab somewhere. Like they're greeted by the dog looks like Bandit from the show, and then like another bandit comes to the door, and then like another he's like in there like cloning bandits,
really
all this
got
stuff.
this, like,
yeah,
down,
he's like
wow.
he's just like gone. He's just like unhinged. Like he's just like going fucking bonkers, and they're like dad, like someone keeps trying to kill, and then like there's like this action sequence there where like they're attacked in the lab, and Dr. Quest has like this crazy experimental weapons and stuff that he uses, and they're able to fight them off, and Johnny and Race do like a bunch of like action hero stuff. They're like just like shooting guns at people and shit. And anyways,
Dang.
and it's just like
Is it should this be called John Quest?
no, it's still Johnny Quest, but like Dr. Quest is like yelling at Johnny, and Johnny's like yelling at him. He's like, "It's all your fault, Dad. It's all your fault. What happened to Haji?" And then like eventually, they are captured by the bad guys, and they're brought.
I had
they're-
Haji ready to go.
they're brought to this by these thugs that are actually like really like organized and high tech and everything, and they take them to this island, to like a volcano base, bad guy evil lair in the volcano on the island. And they get there, and there's like this like mysterious voice like talking to them, and like they approach like the main villain, and then he turns around and he's like this guy. He's like got like the camera starts at the bottom. He's got like these black pants, and the camera pans up. He's got like this long sleeve black shirt, and you see like his hands are like burnt up and scarred. And then it gets to his face, and it's that dude from Iron Man 2008 who like captured Robert Downey Jr. and kept him in the cave. And then he was the captain of the Kelvin in Star Trek
Dang.
09. That guy, it's him, and he's got like this big
It's
scar on his
Haji.
face and a turban, and he's Haji, and he's like, "You all left me to die, and now I've come back for my revenge." And he's the main villain of the movie.
Oh my gosh, you turned Haji into a villain? What?
That's a great pitch. That's a great pitch.
That is a really good pitch. I would greenlight that too, Father. So
I think that movie
so
sounds terrible.
no, it sounds great. I
That's
think
an
it also
awesome
should be done with marionettes instead of live action. No, I'm just kidding.
Like
It should
Team
be like-
America.
yeah, like Team America. What were you gonna say, Marcel?
No, I think that's a great pitch. I think it's a really good pitch.
All right, Superman and Lois. We'll save Boba Fett for
Okay.
last. So Superman and Lois, we got the
Big
reveal.
episode.
Yeah, huge episode. We got the reveal that it is Bizarro Superman, right? It's safe to say
Yes,
that's
it was
Superman.
Bizarro. I was so happy.
Yes, all right. Me too. I haven't seen Bizarro Superman since like, what was he last on? Like they had.
I guess Smallville did a really
Smallville, right?
weak milquetoast version of him.
Milk Toast.
But I think he's like talking backwards. Like at the
Bizarro's
end.
only in every single iteration of Superman that's ever been on TV.
Well, yeah. Wait, has he?
Yeah, he was. I'm pretty sure he's been. I don't remember if he was in Superman and Lois in the early '90s, but
Let me see. I'm gonna check it
You
out.
know,
he's in
was
every
he in?
cartoon that I ever saw. He's in
I don't
every.
think he was in Lois and Clark.
Sooner
Yeah,
or
no,
later, he always
I
gets
was about
brought.
to
He
say that
always
was
comes around.
Bizarro and
The first time I remember seeing him was on Justice League or something like that.
Yeah, he was in the '90s Superman the animated series, and then he showed up as part of the Injustice gang or whatever.
Oh, he was on Superboy. I remember. I feel like I remember that one because I remember this shit. Like this is not a bad looking. I like this Bizarro Superman. I'm gonna try to pull this up here. Hold on, let's see. This is the one from Superboy. I like this. Like
Yeah.
it's a cool Bizarro Superman.
Um,
Anyways, what were you saying?
like I think like they're doing it where he like speaks backwards because like when he gets to the Fortress of Solitude, I think he says like "mo." Well, I think he's like saying "home" backwards.
That makes sense. And he's from another universe. We already have, multiverse established. It makes all sense.
Yeah, I
all
think he's
kinds
gonna
of
be
sense.
from a Bizarro world, but the because they make it look like he's like Doomsday when he's like covered up when when he's in the suit, and then they gave us the big twist.
But they also cleverly tease where Lois says, "Don't go all Doomsday on me," before we found out who he was.
Yeah.
That was like funny. I was like, they're totally like.
But then, like when he started flying, I was like, "Wait, that's weird. Doomsday doesn't fly. Like that'd be like weird. Is this gonna be a version of Doomsday that flies?" And then, like when he exposes the face and it's the actor Tyler or whatever. That was
Tyler
so
Hoechlin, yeah.
like I love when they can have like these twists, these surprises, and Superman and Lois has done it consistently from day one. That first episode, we're led to believe that Jonathan's going to be the one with the powers, and instead it's Jordan. They gave us that whole big reveal with Morgan Edge being Kryptonian. Then we get here to season 2 and they do the Doomsday. Oh, how I forgot the biggest one. Lex Luthor being like, oh, it's not even Luthor, it's John Henry.
Right.
John Henry Irons. So all that stuff has been like really cool. They are masters of doing like these big surprise, these big twists and curves that I don't see coming, and I love that because with these adaptations of comics, as me being someone who's like really familiar with a lot of the source material, I hate if it's just super predictable. So I like when they're able to surprise me and catch me off guard. Like I'm the guy who thinks that the Mandarin twist in Iron Man 3 was one of the best things out of all the Iron Man movies because I liked that surprise.
Do you like what they did with him in Shang-Chi?
Yeah, that also surprised me. I'm so glad I didn't know he was in that movie.
Yeah.
That's why I avoid spoilers because that was so good to be surprised by that.
I think you're converting me into a spoiler free fighter. No, I don't know. I'm just like drinking, but I'm just drinking. I don't know if I'm gonna really get converted. But yeah, Bizarro Superman. He immediately flies to the Fortress of Solitude. He has a crystal around his neck. These are different things I've never seen on Bizarro.
This is what I think that they're doing with. I think they're gonna have him where he's powered by a form of kryptonite and he's weakened by the sun. That's why he was covered. That's kind of how Smallville did it, where it's like the reverse of his powers. Normally, it's blue kryptonite that weakens Bizarro, and he's immune to green kryptonite. That's how it's traditionally done in the comics. But I think for the show, they're gonna make it where the blue kryptonite powers him, and the yellow sunlight hurts him. But that's just my speculation.
Let me see if I can pull up a picture. I haven't found one yet. Superman and Lois. Bizarro.
Do you want to get a good Bizarro from the comics? Just look up Gary Frank Bizarro.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. Here, let's see.
Boom, 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 boom.
Gary Frank
From the
Bizarro.
Jeff Johns Action Comics run. It would have been around like 2007.
Before we do that, here is the one from spoilers. Ready? All right, where is it going? All right, here we go. This is Bizarro Superman. I can't find the one. Let me see if I can find him in the fortress. What do you guys think of that? It's crazy. He's got eyes that are glowing. He looks more
because
like
he has
zombie.
ice eyes. His eyes free, and he has fire breath. It's like reversed.
Oh, weird. That's crazy. Oh, that makes sense. I see what you mean. He's like the White Walker Superman. He is. He's like kind of like that. Let's see if we can find a picture of him in the fortress. Oh, here we go. I found it. Look at this guy. Here we go. So there's gonna be a Superman fight.
Can you zoom in on his chest
Yeah.
and see the flipped S?
Oh, come on. Here we go. Oh yeah, look at that.
Holy shit. Huh. Interesting.
So yeah, so if I had to wager, I'd say that's blue kryptonite, and that's the source of his power.
So he's got a little bit around his neck. Interesting. We have all kinds of kryptonite too in this show. We have K kryptonite. There's this whole drug thing going on.
Yeah.
Now-
I saw that coming. That was a little predictable that now Jonathan's going to start juicing also.
Do you think he is? I think he's asking for it. I didn't catch that. I assumed he was asking for it so that he could bring it to his mom or dad and like
No,
be like,
he's going to do it so that he can compete.
no, Jonathan.
He doesn't want to ride the pine, and
No.
he went from being the superstar kid to like, oh, like now my brother is the big bad strong one. So
Oh, it breaks my heart. I didn't even think of that, Father. That's so. But that's so relevant. You called this last season where you were like, the show's going to touch on stuff we're facing, kind of not just in America, but now the world. You know, like with a younger. This is something that really happened. Like opioids, specifically, are a big problem here in the United States.
No,
Meth.
you know what? I mean, he's human, so he's just like
he's
a
just like any other kid.
Yeah, he's just a teenage kid that wants to be good at something, and he's
Shit.
gonna do anything that he can to get what he
That's-
wants.
That really sucks because I'm gonna cry right now. I love Jonathan the most because he's named after Jonathan Kent.
He's not gonna let. He's
like-
Well, Jordan's named after Jor-El.
I know, but I always love Jonathan Kent so much because
Yeah,
he's
me
like,
too.
you know what I
I
mean?
mean-
Like,
I mean, he's not gonna. I mean, he's probably gonna go bad for a bit, but he's not gonna. become
shit. Oh, I'm
He's
getting
not-
all of the
he's not
clams
gonna-
here.
He's not gonna. He's not gonna be
I know, but they're.
that
I know.
evil.
Do you know what I love about this show though? Is that
I give a
say
damn
this-
about these characters. I love them. That's like,
Yeah,
that's
I mean
what
that's
it's like
why it
to
works. But
say.
I say this as someone like who doesn't have kids and well, hopefully not, and gladly enjoys a life with no kids in it. But the thing that I really enjoyed in this episode was I think it's when Lois is talking to her dad on the phone, trying to investigate the mines, and then there's something going on with Clark. I think it's like it might be when like Clark yells at Jordan, and she's like, "Dad, I gotta call you back," and it's just like, yeah, like that must be part of having a family like that. There's always something. There's always fires you got to put out. Like, oh, like this kid is dealing with this kid is dealing with this. Oh, like my spouse is like trying to do this. Oh, but like, oh, the house needs this done to it. And oh, like it's just like so much going on. It just, every problem that you encounter, even if it's just like superhero problems, like what are we going to do with like this Bizarro Superman? You have to balance that along with like all the other, I guess, kind of mundane, but also relatable things.
And just as heavy. I mean, like what Lois is going through with her sister and her dad, like that's all like really like relatable too. And then the Lang family and what they're going through, and like Lana running for
And I love that
office.
that dude who like called her out on like, you sold us all them reverse mortgages. That guy felt so real. Like that
Yeah.
the character actor that played him, like he
Yeah.
felt like a genuine like.
Well, they lost their farm, right? Like it was
Yeah.
crazy. It's like this is real stuff that happens.
Yeah, I'm glad like there's good continuity for the show. Like, yeah, someone would bring that up,
And how does someone that we know is a good person like Lana, who was probably caught up in a system that
And she's like, I fucked up. I was just doing my job. I just worked at the bank. I
She
didn't know. I didn't know
Which
the
is-
consequences.
It's a true thing.
Yeah.
This is like a real thing, and we've seen this. With it happen in real life. Reverse morals. That's the cool thing that they're bringing things that happen in our recent past into the show, you know, and it's okay to do that because it is in the recent past, you know, like it's awesome. I
And
don't know,
as
like,
much as I look forward to that show every week, and as much as I enjoy it, in some ways it kind of depresses me and makes me sad because it reminds me of all the shit that's happened, that's been happening in my little hometown that I'm only an hour away from, but I kind of don't have anything to do with anymore, and it makes me sad because like when I was younger, like I really liked my hometown when I was a kid, and I never wanted to leave it. I never wanted to move away. I mean, I only went like an hour away. I'm still there basically, but yeah, it's just that community has just been really devastated. You know, primarily from when our plant shut down and laid off. I worked there. I was going to work there all my life, but yeah, I lost my job. Everyone else lost their jobs. Some people moved. A lot of people that are still there, you know, they're too poor to move. There's the schools have gotten like really shitty. Yeah, it's just
yeah, and I feel like that's you're right about how
it's a
that can
common
make you
story
sad.
though.
Yeah. Wow. Anyways, this got really heavy. Blue loves this. Blue's saying I love this. It's like, but yeah, hey, we get real on Starfleet Boy After Dark sometimes. You know, it gets real on here. So
This week we got real, and last week we got slow because some idiot was hosting the show.
no, you were great, Marcelo. Come on, there's no idiot hosting this show. The idiot was behind the scenes.
Idiot.
I thought that was a pretty
Yeah, that was a really good show.
good
You
show
guys did a
last
good job.
No, I mean,
Ruben,
I gotta.
I will say the only thing I have is that Ruben actually like got heated and like roused up in this episode. And I feel like he was just gaming the whole time during your episode, Marcelo. So I don't know if like you got to push Ruben's buttons a little harder next time.
What game are you playing,
Ruben?
Ruben?
In poor Ruben's defense, he had a really shitty microphone.
No, oh yeah, there was something going on right with your microphone.
But yeah,
I was using my little earbud ones. That I'm playing Outriders again this week.
Outriders.
No, but
Ruben, I feel
but
like I have like a mic here that I promised you, and it's still here. We just haven't met up. I gotta meet you. I gotta see you. I haven't seen you physically, but I will when we go to visit Fathery. So that's gonna be exciting.
No, but if I could just say one thing, I wouldn't have had such a easy time last week if it wasn't for Fathery being my co-pilot. You were amazing. Thank you so much for helping me out last week. That was so nice of you to do that.
Oh, I feel like I didn't really do much, but
Oh no, man, you were great, dude. You were great. You were really good.
Father's just being himself, is what he's trying to say.
I guess so. I guess so.
but thank you.
But then we also have like I'm glad that the Jordan and Sarah thing finally resolved.
Yeah,
that was nice.
That was in the week before, I think, when they addressed that. But they build on that here.
What I mean to say is he finally came around, and when he gave her the promise ring in this episode, that was like a sweet moment. I like that kind of wholesome stuff.
Do you know who else I like a lot more now? Starting like last week, mainly last week, but a little bit more this week, is Nat is starting to grow on me now that we get to see more of her character.
Yeah,
And
she was great in this
They've given her a
episode.
personality. You know, before she was just like, I don't even want to be here. This isn't my real mom. You know, they fleshed her out.
Yeah, I really like that they gave her. Well, not in this episode, but in the episode before this, they really gave her a skill. They gave her much more to do than being that whiny little teenager that Father just pointed out. I really like the fact that they made her a mechanic or an engineer or whatever.
Well, we already knew that about Nat from the flashbacks that John Henry was having last season.
She helped him with the
suit,
the armor, the Luthor exosuit from But you know what they're going to do with her eventually is they're going to put her in a suit of her own.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I like that. That's cool. So they're setting it up to be.
Wait, we got to talk about like the big moment of the armor where they do like the Iron Man thing.
Oh yeah, they did do that. It worked pretty well. It was a little too slow, I thought, but I liked it. It was cool. It was a good scene. I like that whole scene. I love John Henry also, the way they're playing up the way that they're playing with his relationship with Lois of this universe versus we know that he was married to Lois, like there's a whole lot of cool nuance going on even just in that. But yeah, that scene was pretty cool where he calls the suit and it like comes to him and then it like goes on to him. Yeah, I thought of Iron Man as well. Yeah, I like that. And he gave he kept like shooting Bizarro Superman. It did not work, which was cool. Like he was like, that worked. I knew it wasn't the Superman from my universe because that would have worked on him. Like
Yeah.
those things or whatever. Yeah.
But I think it was like red solar light weapons, which would
Yeah.
weaken your typical Superman. But with
Superman,
Bizarro Superman, I don't think it would have
would
the
hurt
same
him at all,
effect.
Yeah, I'm really glad. I was kind of nervous about the prospect of having Doomsday because just like what Doomsday like kind of means.
And they've done
yeah.
that story so much.
Yeah.
And so many we've seen so many like Death of Superman interpretations. And it's also it would be hard to make that fit this show.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe somewhere down the line when they finally get to season 10, which is how like don't these CW shows just go on forever, right? Like that's been the trend at least.
Yeah, I think
right?
Smallville was 10, Supernatural I think was 11.
Wow.
Arrow.
No, it was Supernatural.
Supernatural was like 15, I
16.
think. Yeah, 16.
Jesus
something like that.
Christ.
Yeah.
How long was
Arrow
Arrow?
was
8 or
eight.
9?
No, Arrow was 9.
And the Flash hasn't ended, right?
The
What
Flash is
season are
on
they?
8 now.
No,
Oh,
but speaking of the Flash, Grant Gustin just signed a new deal with the CW, so that means that Flash is going to go to season 9, actually, which is holy shit! Wow, that's
So that is the sad part of Superman and Lois being a really good show is that they'll probably run it until it's fucking terrible.
No, I don't. No, I really think that. I think that Superman and Lois will. As
You think it'll be a
possible to go
limited
maybe-
run, like 5 seasons, 3 seasons, something like that?
No, I think it's going to go 7 seasons.
You think so?
I don't-
Go 7 seasons.
yeah.
I could deal with 7 seasons.
I don't think. I don't think it's going to go much longer than that.
That'd get them through college,
Yeah,
the kids.
yeah. I mean, I could. You know what? I could be wrong, but I think it's going to go a solid 7.
Interesting.
Well,
I would be happy with
we'll
5
find
seasons.
out.
I like kind of agree with Fathery. It's so good that like they should just like
I mean,
keep it.
I don't
as,
want to
like,
tell the people working on the show like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you're not going to have a job next year because we want the
Yeah,
show to
true,
end
good
now.
point.
But
That's true. Yeah,
it's
may you live
it's,
long and prosper. I believe in you guys.
complicated.
but just don't go like 12 seasons. There's no way. It's like very rare. Like, do you guys was Stargate good all the way till the end? No.
Toward
Stargate
towards
was
the-
barely good for most
I
of it.
mean, whoa! Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Take that back right now. Take that back right now. Oh,
Dang.
Which
Yeah,
one?
Stargate was alright, but Stargate by the end, no, because they started losing characters. They started.
I mean,
It didn't get bad, but it
I
didn't.
mean, Stargate, the Stargate SG-1, in my opinion, introduced the best villain at the very end of the series. They introduced the
Wait,
Ori.
so there's Stargate, and then SG-1 was the next
No,
series?
Stargate was the movie. Then SG-1
Oh,
was the first show, and then
how
they
many
did
seasons
Stargate
that
Atlantis, and then they did Stargate Universe.
Stargate SG-1 was 10 seasons.
Yeah.
And then Atlantis, how long did that last?
5.
no,
and Universe was like 2 seasons, or not even. It was
No,
one
Yeah,
season.
Universe was on. Yeah.
one season.
One
one
season.
season. No, but the thing about Stargate SG-1, which is a TV show, Stargate SG-1 introduced like the best villain at the end of the series. They introduced the Ori that were so badass, but they introduced them way too late.
And SG-1 had 2 movies too.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Continuum and Art of Truth, I think.
Wasn't there a Stargate series set
know.
in the 1900s or something like that just
Yeah,
came out?
Stargate Origins.
How long did that last? Like not even a whole season. Right?
Stargate, there's cocaine and coke.
No,
What?
That lasted. It got canceled. It lasted One
It
season.
was one season only.
I don't do Stargate. Never
I
read
know
into
so
it.
many people love Stargate, but I've never done Stargate
I
either.
love Stargate. Stargate is like one of my guilty pleasures.
I mean, I like the movie. The movie's great.
Like-
I love the
like-
movie.
I only saw the movie when it came out. I haven't.
The
I haven't
movie's
seen
the
movie
worst
again.
part of the franchise.
Are you serious?
Yeah. The
Wow.
movie is terrible.
I mean, I can't speak.
I didn't
I
really
haven't-
care for it, but that was
Interesting.
what,
What?
like 28 years ago. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it, but
Stargate, the original Stargate movie was 96.
6?
I want to say
97?
97. I want to say 97.
Fuck, why does it
Somebody
keep
check.
bringing it
Somebody
right here?
check.
Oh, Father,
I
I
think it
missed
was
a comment.
94,
Hold on.
95.
I missed the
Let's
comment
see.
from parentheses eyes about
Oh,
Johnny
yeah, but-
Quest. So we're gonna go back to Johnny Quest for a second here. Let's get the opening scene of this grim and
94.
gritty new Johnny
That's what I
Quest
said.
reboot.
20. That's 28 years ago.
This is
Oh
a-
wow.
I was right.
The opening scene of this grim and gritty new Johnny Quest reboot that Father is talking about should start off with Johnny Quest snorting cocaine with a prostitute in a motel room. Does that fit with your Johnny Quest?
No.
It can.
Could you guys update Richie Rich? How would you update Richie Rich?
He gets his head cut off by the working class.
No, I mean, I could.
It's a short film. It's 30 seconds long.
Except, don't. I could probably update Richie Rich, but I would probably.
Is
mention-
Elon Musk like Richie Rich grown up?
No,
Is
he's
that
a
like
great.
Pretty much. He's like I'm so rich because my parents own this South African diamond mine where we exploit workers, exploit diamonds. So I'm gonna go buy this company Tesla, and I'm gonna put it in the contract that they have to describe me as the founder of the company, even though I'm a
Shit.
fucking moron.
Who was the real founder of Tesla? Like, do we know that story? Has that expose come out on HBO yet?
I don't know. But
By the way, I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but I'm gonna be watching the Cosby thing that HBO.
Why are you gonna waste your time? Why are you wasting your time with that?
No,
What
no,
are they
no,
doing?
it's
Like
like-
a documentary or something?
Like, yeah, it's like something about let's have a frank discussion. It's like we have to talk about Bill Cosby or something
no,
like
we
that.
don't.
Do we really?
No, we don't.
No, I feel
It's
like we do
unnecessary.
because there's a lot of
Don't
good
waste your
points
time.
made. That you should watch the trailer for it. Like, there's a lot of I'm gonna
No,
watch it. I'll let you
no,
guys.
I'm
I'll
not
give you
wasting-
updates if you don't watch it. But
what are the good points?
well, just that I feel like this is like important because Cosby represented something like a new paradigm in like representation for Black people in the United States, like the Cosby Show in general. Like this was like an affluent African American family. The Cosby was a doctor, but the whole time the actor playing this like wholesome, wonderful character that was like a role model that was like shedding like a different like tearing down stereotypes in a way and rebuilding like the image of African American people in our country was this horrible, terrible person. So it's like a crazy dichotomy, and he was
Yeah.
planting seeds. If you watch the like the show actually showed these little like snippets from Cosby. He was planting seeds the whole time. Like he was very aware of what he was doing, and like it was insane. It's just I'm
Do you know?
interested. I'm
Do you know
curious
who
about this.
one of his victims was? Was Michelle Hurd?
No freaking way. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah, she was one of the women who like came out against him
I did not know
with
that.
all
That's
the Me Too
insane.
stuff.
Wow. Okay, there you go. Well, now
Yeah,
I'm
she
gonna
worked
watch
on the Cosby Show. She was a stand-in for somebody.
that.
But well, I don't know. I shouldn't go into like the details of it because
Yeah, well, I want to.
misremembering it.
Maybe she's in this HBO series. It's a limited series. It's like 5 episodes long or something like that. And I think it's like one of
You
the.
can ask her about it in Chicago.
I might actually.
Do not ask her about Bill Cosby.
Okay, fine. I will. Dang, Father. Okay, I will.
I'll put my hand over your mouth and stop you.
Father I'm like, hi, Miss Heard. I'd like to ask you about, and then someone just tackles me out of the blue before I can finish my sentence. It's like that's Father.
But Antonio wants me to take the dog out soon. So
All right. We'll wait for you to come back for Mando. I'll go to the comments and we'll just shoot the breeze if you want to do that now.
talk about Mando now, or
No, I'm saying when you come back, we'll
okay.
talk about. We'll
Okay,
talk
let's
about
do
it.
that then.
Father's
Hey Google, what's the temperature outside?
The temperature in Austin right now is 39 degrees.
39.
What?
39.
We're getting that on Sunday, by the way, here in South Florida.
Oh,
The
yeah, y'all
iguanas
are
are gonna
gonna-
freeze and fall out of
all
the
them-
trees.
I had 3 iguanas in my backyard fighting over a female iguana.
I saw that video, or the
It was
you
exciting.
posted a clip. Yeah, it was
My iguana
weird
porn
thing.
picture.
Don't let an iguana land on you. Don't pick them all up. Don't pick up all the frozen iguanas and then put them in your car and drive your car down the road, because
Father,
then they all thaw out and they'll start running around in your car when you're driving.
Father, before you go, Jude's here. Jude says
Hey, Jude.
there's a down and out adult version of Johnny Quest who shows up in Venture Brothers every so often.
I need to watch Venture Brothers.
Yeah,
I bet I
everyone
would
says it's
really
a really
like
good
it, but
show, too.
I've never seen it.
And then he says Richie Rich would snort only the highest quality of cocaine. Anyways, go ahead, carry on, Fathery, and we'll shoot the breeze about something else while you go. Marcelo, what can we talk about that's not the Book of Boba Fett?
The book of Boba Fett, starring the Mandalorian.
Yes, I know what we're talking about.
What can we talk about?
Have you guys seen 1883?
No, what is that?
No, that's the Taylor Sheridan show.
Yes, Taylor Sheridan is quickly becoming one of the best showrunners in the business right now. He has 3 different shows on one goddamn network. He has the Mayor of Kingston, Yellowstone, and 1883.
I'm not watching
1880
any of those shows, but I've
Yeah.
heard about them all. I should watch these.
1883 is one of the, well, I'm not going to say the best because I haven't finished off of the first season yet, but 1883 is a really, really good Western. It is so good. And what happened, like anybody in the comments who watches the show, you know what I'm talking about. What happened this week was amazing. It was just great.
I haven't seen those. I gotta find some time to add that. If you're saying it's a good show, I should check it out.
And then he has America Kingston, which is really cool. That stars Jeremy Renner, and Kyle
Who a lot
Chan-
of people are appreciating after Hawkeye, which is great. I always liked him, but I'm glad a lot more people are.
And
starting
also, Kyle Chandler is in the show for a bit. That's a really good show.
Kyle
know.
Chandler, you said?
Yeah, Kyle Chandler. Coach Taylor
P-
from
PE's pointing out something I want to talk about. Raised by Wolves season 2 comes out next week. Are you guys planning on watching Raised by Wolves season 2? Did you watch Raised by Wolves season 1?
I still haven't watched season 1.
Oh dang.
Nope, I don't want to show.
I want to, I just haven't.
Oh, I finished the Wheel of Time.
Oh, nice. Before we go to that, why don't you want to watch Raised by Wolves, Marcelo? I'm trying not to be
I'm
antagonistic. By the way, have you noticed I did a
Really?
nice tone?
No.
Yeah, it's like I was trying to ask you in a nice way.
want to watch Raised by Wolves?
Why aren't you gonna watch Raised by Wolves, Marcelo? What's up? What's
I
why?
don't know. I saw the season 1 trailer, and I'm like, it just didn't really, catch my fancy. And I watch way too much crap already, so I really can't add another show that requires my time and my attention. I don't know. There was just something about it that I didn't like. I was like,
It's weird. It's surreal. It's a little bit surreal. There's surrealistic. Well, fine, but we're gonna have Raised by Wolves moments on Starfleet Boy After Dark.
Sure.
So that's when
I
you
don't
guys
care.
can go make a show, go to the bathroom, whatever.
I
just
don't
talk.
care.
Whatever.
As far as the Wheel of Time is concerned, whatever. I don't care.
You're dismissed.
I'll
No,
just when you guys talk about Raised by Wolves, I'll just fuck off for an hour and a half.
it won't be that long.
Wow.
We only. What do we
just
do? We do 20-minute chunks, right? We're not hour and a half. When do we ever go
Yeah.
into an hour and a half?
No, but I'm just saying. But I'm just saying when you guys talk about Raised by Wolves season 2, I'll just fuck off for 20 minutes.
Look, Marcel, even Blue Sparrow is OMG PE. I can't wait till they start covering it on the look. Blue wants us to cover the show.
Okay. But Wheel of Time. Moving on to something better. Wheel of Time.
I love that show, but
I
yeah.
really love that show. My favorite character in that show is Brand, the guy who turned out to be the reincarnated version of the dragon. I thought that he was really good. I also love the the Chinese guy,
The
the warden.
warden,
Yeah, no, not
The
no.
warder, the
the warder,
warder.
yeah.
Yeah, the water guy who protects Rosamund Pike's character.
I think his name's Lan or something like that.
Glenn, yeah. But the
What did you
coolest
call him?
thing,
Bland? Oh no, sorry.
Whatever,
Lan or Lan.
Lan, whatever.
Wait, I gotta
Um,
look it up now. Now I'm not
but
sure.
yeah, but the
Ruben
coolest
always
thing,
sows doubt in my mind.
the
Sorry,
coolest
go
thing,
on,
yeah,
Marcelo.
yeah. The coolest thing about the show is that I love the way that they've chosen how to show the effect of the powers from the Jem'Hadai. I love
Jem Hadar? Did you say Jem Hadar?
the
The Aes
Jem'Hadar.
Sedai.
Aes
Aes Sedai.
Yeah,
Sedai.
Sedai,
That's
thank you.
right.
Yeah,
I was like,
Sedai. I keep
whoa.
saying it.
The
Aes
Jem
Sedai.
Hadar. The Aes Sedai.
Yes,
He
Sedai.
plays Lan. Look at how good my memory was. His name is Lan Mandragon. Oh, what a great name. Mandragon.
It's really cool.
Dragoran.
Anyway,
Mandragoran. Sorry, I called him Dragon.
I
He is a
really
Mandragon, though. I'll just say that.
I call my penis man lizard.
Man Iguana?
No, it's not big enough to be an
Man
iguana.
Oh,
lizard.
dang.
It's one of those little lizards, the curly tail ones.
Dang. Dang. Sorry, Marcel. Finish your thoughts on Wheel of Time.
Okay.
My wife laughs because I say ridiculous ass shit, and then I just crack up by myself. It's like, I know you just laugh at your own jokes, and I'm like, nobody gets me like me.
Dang.
Sorry, go ahead, Marcelo.
we all good now? We're good.
Yeah.
No, but I like the season finale, but I was expecting a little bit more. But I think the reason why it played this way is because they already knew that they were going to come back for season 2, so they didn't have to do a lot since they already knew they were coming back for season 2. But I thought it was a great first season. I thought it was really good. Yeah, good stuff.
IMDb says that if you like Wheel of Time, you're gonna like The Witcher,
Yeah.
Hawkeye, The Expanse, Arcane,
Well, The Expanse, I got it.
Shadow and Bone. These are all shows Ruben watches. Foundation.
Yeah, no.
I watched
well,
Shadow and Bone. I
yeah,
watched
Yeah, you did. I know. I'm like, that's right.
Yeah,
Witcher season 1. I haven't seen season 2
yeah,
yet.
I gotta watch Witcher season.
I don't even know if I
season
finished
one
season
again.
1. I may be missing a couple
I-
episodes of
yeah.
season 1.
Yeah, no, I thought it was really good. My next TV show that I'm gonna watch is Yellow Jackets.
That's
gotta
by
watch-
that producer or the writer that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I gotta watch Yellow Jackets. But actually, I watch a lot of CBS shows. Like I watch NCIS. I watch The Good Sam on CBS. I watch
Are any of
Discovery,
you,
Card.
are any of you guys watching Resident Alien?
No, I am not, but I should be.
When does the Orville season 3 come out?
February.
And that's gonna be on Hulu, right?
Yes, February 22nd, I think.
Oh,
Somebody
okay,
look
so
it
that's.
up.
I guess I gotta watch it because I watched
Ruben,
the other
look it up.
seasons.
Okay, when fighting
He's-
aliens.
Oh,
It says
fine.
here spring of
Don't help
2022.
me. Don't help me. I need your help, Ruben. What are you doing?
I'm saving Enoch.
All right, save Enoch. Fine. Leave me on the side of the road to rot. Fine.
There's no date that I can find, Marcelo.
No, but I thought they released the date already. Didn't they release the date already?
Let's see
I thought They
here.
released the date.
But this is the last season, right?
No.
Mm,
No, this is not the last season.
it's not.
No, it's not.
I'm so surprised. March 10th is what I'm getting, Marcel.
Yes, March 10th. Yes, that's it.
Does that compete with something? I feel like
That jogs some memory.
Well, Picard comes out March
yeah.
3rd, if I'm not mistaken, right?
March 3rd. But what else do I like? What else? And I watch all the CW superhero stuff as well.
All of it.
Pretty much all of it.
I was told that I have to watch Daredevil on Netflix.
You have to. Oh my God! You have never seen Daredevil?
No, I haven't. But I saw him in Spider-Man: No Way Home.
We have to. No, we have to watch Daredevil together. If you have never seen,
we have to watch it together. Wow.
Yes, it's really great. It's really good.
Dang.
We must watch together. We should seriously. We should sync up our copies and watch together.
I mean, he's super cute. I saw pictures of Daredevil.
Of course, you would go there.
What do you mean? Of course.
Of course, you would go there. But no, he's a really.
I mean, of course I would. That's right.
Of course
you would.
I would. Of course I would.
Of course you would.
Yes.
But he's a really good actor. Charlie Cox is a really good actor. He was really great in Boardwalk Empire.
I didn't see that show either.
As a really, really unstable, almost sociopath. Yeah, he was.
Speaking of Father's Not Back Yet. So if we can go back, like, it's crazy. I'm super attracted. I might be attracted to sociopaths. Sociopaths are people without emotions, right?
Yes.
Vigilante's like so hot to me. I find him so incredibly hot and attractive, and it's so weird. Like everything about him, except maybe the murdering. That might not be the attractive part. That might be when I'm not attracted to him.
Yeah,
Vigilante. So oddly sweet. He's like
Vigilante is so off-putting and bubbly at the same time. There's like something not right about that guy, and it's not the obvious thing that he just kills children. Like
does he kill
like
children too? He also kills children.
Yeah,
he had no problem killing those butterfly children. That's right.
And the show,
see, I've already like forgotten that he killed. I was like, he's so cutie. How could he kill children? That's so terrible.
The other thing cool about
it's called the attractiveness advantage. It's not. It's like he's got that.
The other cool thing about Vigilante is the way that he sees his moral code. He's like, I mean, I thought Peacemaker was all about America and justice, but Vigilante is like insane. Like he'll kill anybody who breaks the law. So yeah, I think. But my favorite character in Peacemaker is Harcourt. I love Harcourt.
Yeah, she's great. I think you've seen the latest episode, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm not going to say what I think because Father might still be listening, so I don't want to give spoilers. Guys, we're a week behind on this show for Peacemaker, but if you want to catch the latest Peacemaker conversation on Saturdays, we might not be doing it this Saturday. Well, if just kind of keep an eye on Saturday nights. We've been doing a Book of Boba Fett discussion and a Peacemaker update at the end of that. So if I don't think there's going to be one this Saturday.
Aren't we doing Robbie's thing tomorrow? Or is it on Saturday?
Yeah, but that's not tomorrow night. I'm talking about separate on Starfleet Boy After Dark. We do a Book of Boba Fett deep dive, as well as a well, it's not as deep as Text Trek, but as deep as we go on Starfleet Boy. But and then we also do a segment on Peacemaker on that show, the latest and greatest. So.
What else am I watching? Oh yes, I'm gonna start watching Euphoria on HBO.
Zendaya show, right?
Yep, I'm a huge Zendaya fan.
And Ruben, what are you watching these days? Absolutely nothing. He's watching video games.
Check this out, guys.
He's so engrossed right now. I hope we don't throw him off.
I also started watching the original Miami Vice TV show from the 80s.
Oh, you know who you should talk to? Have you ever been on our TOS discussions, Marcelo?
Yeah.
Do you remember Ian? He's a huge Miami Vice fan.
Oh yeah, the the gentleman that refuses to watch new Star Trek?
Mm-mm. That's
he's
that's
like,
that's
misnomer?
Sub-Commander Tall.
Okay.
I'm talking about Trek Cat.
Oh, Ian,
Yeah.
the one who posts his workout photos all the time. Yeah,
Workout photos and Lego. He does Lego
yeah, a
too.
Lego guy. Yeah,
Yep.
but I'm a huge when I was a kid, it was all about Mission
Wow,
Impossible,
Ruben.
and it was all
That
about
was
Mission
rough.
Impossible and Miami Vice for me. I was like,
Ruben, you got to figure out a way to share your gaming stream because I want to. I sometimes want to see these
yeah,
intense moments.
Ruben, you have to have like a second camera with with
Yeah,
the
like,
videos
is there any
playing.
way you could share
That's
what?
awesome.
I want to see sometimes what you're going through.
I want to see what you're playing, dude.
Hold on, I'm gonna see something.
Oh, he's
should-
like now he's inspired. I like this.
You should do.
But what have I watched recently? I've been
Yeah, yeah.
rewatching Modern Family.
Cool.
I've been trying to finish Evil, but watching a show with my wife is very complicated.
Why is she not? Is she like a?
There's the game there.
Cool.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
That's cool.
But you know, how do gamers stream their streams onto
How
like
do
a,
they do that?
yeah, I want to know how that works.
Ruben, you should-
There's some
you
software, but I don't know what it's called.
Ruben, you
OBS.
should do
It's
that.
called OBS.
Oh.
I think that's what they use. I'm not sure.
Oh, also,
I'll look it up for you, Ruben, because eventually I'm gonna play Star Trek Online. That's my goal, and then this will just become a Star Trek Online channel, 24/7. Like basically, anytime I play, I'll just live stream as well.
I mean, I've heard. I'm tempted to play because I've heard story-wise it's very fun for.
For Trekkies,
Yeah,
yeah, I want to play.
I'm just scared of that cash shop.
Ruben, you're
That cash shop is nasty, man. I've succumbed to many. Sorry, Marcelo. I've succumbed to many cash shops in my time, but Star Trek is a whole different thing. And if I could buy myself an Excelsior class little model and fly it around and be like, oh my god, I'm in fucking Star Trek. It's not good.
No, it's. I swear to you, once I get Star Trek Online and I
Guys.
figure out how to stream it, that's this channel. That's it. It's a game. It's a Star Trek Online channel at that point, other than Starfleet Boy After Dark. But I might be Ruben then. I might be playing. Well,
Oh, look at that! That's awesome.
right on
That
time
is
for
awesome.
the Book of Boba Fett. Very nice. Very
That's
nice.
awesome.
What's your designation, pilot?
Red 5 standing by.
Porkins. That was always my favorite guy.
Porkins Red 2.
Just because I was a fat kid. I'm Porkins.
I always liked him too, but I didn't think this out, and I don't have my earbuds in. So
I like.
is it echoey?
Not really. There's a little echo. Oh, I do hear it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's echoey. I think you just have to turn on echo cancellation. It'll figure it out. Actually.
No, but I did want to say on the Star Trek Online thing, when you guys do get into it, they have this expansion pack where you can buy the Enterprise D bridge from
Oh, yeah.
from Next Generation. When you guys do that, I'll be really interested to watch you guys.
I want
You
the
can
Star
have a
Trek
Klingon
6
bridge. You can get uniforms from all
Do
sorts
they
of
have the
different
Star Trek
eras.
6? Do they have the Enterprise A before?
They had all sorts of
decommissioning?
shit, man. It was scary.
Yeah, I need the.
It was scary. It
I
was
need the
scary.
Star Trek 6 bridge.
They
That's
had,
what
I was
need.
like, I can own a Romulan warbird. Oh my god!
Father, try it now. Did you turn on echo cancellation?
Echo
Oh.
cancellation. Echo.
Yeah. That way, if you're not doing
Yeah,
headphones.
I turned it on.
All right, here we
How's
go.
it done
Testing
now?
1, 2, 3. Hello. Excuse me. No, no echo.
It worked.
It's working.
Also, but Ruben, I want to ask you before we get to the Mandalorian. You play on Steam, right? All your games are on.
No, I use Steam. I use the Epic Game Store. I play some games on Google Stadia, so I use their store.
But most of your games are on the computer, right? You don't play like.
Yeah. I don't have a console. I haven't had a
Oh.
console since PS2.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Book of Boba Fett time, but you guys can go ahead and start. I just have to go get a bathroom break and a refill. I'll be listening. So
And then I use all the cloud gaming services, so I don't even have a good gaming PC.
Oh wow.
My
Okay.
PC is just a generic piece of shit I bought as a backup computer for
Huh.
$500. But the cloud gaming, your computer doesn't matter.
No. Okay.
It's all run through the cloud, so it's kind of like Netflix.
Cloud gaming. Interesting.
oh, I do
Yeah.
have. Oh, sorry, Blue. I changed.
What's it-
Father was.
what's
Blue
it-
says Father looks badass in the middle like that. Real quick before I go, Father, I just want to ask you a question. Here we yes. Hold on. Let me get a Father full screen. You
Oh
gotta
my
do- You gotta
god! How did you? Oh my god! That is awesome.
Father, he looks badass in the middle. He looks badass.
He
by
looks like he's waiting on
himself.
the tarmac.
Yeah,
'cause
he's
there's-
like so good.
God damn it! I just want to take off.
Father, I just want to ask you this question. You can answer while I'm going to go get my refresh. But did you like the N1 Starfighter before, and now did Book of Boba Fett change your opinion if you didn't like it about the N1 Starfighter? All right, that's all I have to ask. All right, I'll be.
I didn't like that on May 9th, or was it May 19th, 1999? And I also don't like it on January 28th, 2022.
What did they use? What are you talking about?
The Naboo, the yellow starfighter from the Phantom Menace.
The one that was kind of like an A-wing, but not really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Boba Fett's new ride, but his
Yeah.
doesn't look as gaudy because like it doesn't have like the yellow paint job. It's like all chrome.
No. No. They
It's
No.
got
They
some
took
other tweaks to it.
they took the color off of it. I didn't particularly care for it. But my favorite part of this episode of the Book of Boba Fett was when the Mandalorian took that transport to he took that transport and it was basically um like Star Wars' version of a space bus.
Yeah,
And he
it was
was
like an airplane. It's like being at the airport.
yeah, and he got on the he got on the space bus or the transport, and he was sitting there and he saw like this little alien kid, and the little alien kid went like this. I don't know. I don't know what that. I don't know what the species is called, but it's the same
Rhodian.
species. I'm sorry,
Rhodian.
Rhodian.
Then
Okay.
wasn't Mandalorian's old ship like a house ship in the sense that you could live on it?
Yeah, it was like a RV, and now he has like a
Right.
hot rod.
No, not wrong. Also, I
That's the
love
one. That's it there.
Yeah,
I love the fact that for some reason this episode kind of did the setup job for the Mandalorian season 3 in that we already know what Mando is going to be, what his primary focus for season 3 is going to be, and that's going to be getting back to Mandalore so he can get back his Mandalorian you know prize, so to speak, or his Mandalorian birthright by taking a swim in the pools of Mandalore or something like that.
I don't know if he can do that because they said that those waters don't exist anymore. But it was
Right,
kind of cryptic the way that she
right.
answered to
Oh,
that.
okay. So you don't think he's gonna find the waters, or how do you think
I'm
that
not
he's
sure
gonna
what the
be
twist on that is because she said that like, oh yeah, those are all destroyed. So
right? But I mean, he has to get he has to get reinitiated into the Mandalorian sect, but somehow, right?
well, I don't know because I think that kind of undoes some of his growth where he is like, oh yeah, like it's okay for me to betray these dogmatic rules and be able to share my face with my loved one here with little Grogu.
Okay.
So I wouldn't want them to just totally undo that, but I was curious to see what he would be doing after the end of season 2, and I was kind of surprised with he's just gone back to bounty hunting because I would have thought, now that he's won the dark saber, which there's a lot of history there from the animated stuff from Clone Wars and Rebels that they incorporate into the show pretty well. I thought he
Right.
would have like at least like other Mandalorians like following him and stuff, but like no,
Mhm.
he's still just bumming around having to do these jobs. Doesn't have his kid with him anymore. It's like his kid has like gone off to college, so kind of midlife crisis. He's buying a hot rod, getting a hot rod.
Right.
We see the dark saber is kind of a curse. We see like how dangerous it is to use a lightsaber if you don't know what you're doing. Like he almost slices his leg off.
Yeah,
Um,
that's right.
People are always going to be challenging him. Other Mandalorians or maybe even non-Mandalorians will come up and like want to duel him,
Mhm.
fight him for the saber. Um,
Also, I liked how the dark saber was really hard to control for
yeah,
him.
and that was how they explain lightsabers to another Mandalorian character, Sabine Wren in Star Wars Rebels, when she's trying to learn how to use a lightsaber, and she's taught that the kyber crystal within the lightsaber it will respond to your emotions, and you have to channel them through it. Otherwise, it's like really heavy and hard to use. But if you're like in sync with your emotions and in sync with the saber, then it's a lot lighter, and you can use it more easily.
Mhm. But my favorite part of the episode was when was at the very beginning when Mendo sliced his bounty in half first, and then he took his head off. I was like, "That's badass."
Yeah, there's pug-faced people. Those are
Yeah,
the people who were like raiding the village in the other episode that Bryce. I always say her name wrong. Dallas Howard Bryce, whatever
Bryce
combination.
Dallas Howard.
Yeah,
first
I always get
also.
it mixed up.
Yeah.
But the episode she directed in season 1 with the fishing village.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Yeah. With the with the AT-ATs or the AT-ATs,
ATSTs.
ATSTs. Thank you.
Um,
Um,
So yeah, it was the same species, I think.
yeah.
But yeah, I wasn't expecting. I was thinking that he might show up in this episode, given how the last week's episode ended. But I wasn't expecting it. The whole time I kept waiting, like, oh, like when's he gonna go hang out with Boba Fett? And then Boba's not in the episode at all, so that really caught me off guard.
That really surprised me. As I'm really interested to see. I'm really interested to hear if they mentioned this at all. Like, why did they choose to do this episode within Boba Fett? Why didn't they like you mentioned? This could have worked so perfectly as a season 3 opener for the Mandalorian show. Just take out the last scene with when Fennec shows up.
Because Disney knows that that Mandalorian is their biggest show. I'm sure it's their
Right.
Yeah.
biggest show.
No,
I don't see
no faith in their own show. Not enough story to capture or to spread out to the number of episodes they wanted. So they said, "Fuck it,
Yeah.
write a standalone episode of
Yeah, I mean, like,
Mandalorian."
I don't see like WandaVision merchandise all over the place like I do Baby Yoda. So
Yeah, baby.
I think they just want to. Oh, you want to know what's happening with that show? Well, you're gonna have to watch some of the Book of Boba Fett. So that means you have to be subscribed to
Mhm.
Disney Plus. So there you go.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. But but I really, really appreciated seeing Mando like in last week's episode when Fennec said that, you know, credits can buy muscle, and and she basically said, I know where to find some guys. I completely missed the Mandalorian sort of theme there at the end, so I didn't hear
Mm.
that. So
You
when
know
he
what
showed up,
sounded cool?
no,
This
go
episode when they did the Boba Fett theme on the title card, but then it had the Mandalorian music played on top of it, and because it's the same composer did both of them, and you realize he designed the Boba Fett theme to work in unison with the Mandalorian theme. And I thought that was kind of cool.
yeah. No, I really like the way that Ludwig Göransson, that's the
Yeah.
composer's
Yeah,
name.
Ludwig Göransson.
I really like the way that he uses um like percussive instruments and drums and flutes and all sorts of.
You guys, One thing though, about the Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, I feel like Boba Fett, like the Mandalorian coming into the Book of Boba Fett, kind of mirrors how Boba Fett kind of took over Mandalorian a little bit. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's like a synergy. There's like a tone poem.
Good God.
He's trying. He's
Good
trying to.
God.
He's trying to wind me up. He just went like this.
There's like a tone poem happening here where it's like the two series are kind of mirroring each other, whereas Boba Fett kind of like came in and stole the show or the limelight for a second from.
Yeah, no, that's not wrong. That's not wrong.
Yeah, see,
Okay, well, I think Boba Fett is a fine show. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's okay.
yeah.
It's unnecessary, but I mean, I think all Star Wars is unnecessary after 1983.
I really love that tone poem is a trigger word for Ruben. I'm gonna remember that. That's going in my book.
He just wrote it down like
yeah, I just wrote
Tone poem? Like,
tone poem.
But hold up. What is it about tone poem, Ruben, that just set you off?
That's Lucas's nonsense for the prequels.
He based
It's
his
like a poem.
It's like a poem.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He said the prequels and the original trilogy were like a poem.
Look at that, getting
Really?
pulled over by the cops.
God.
This whole episode was such a treat, I thought. But it actually fit really well into the whole story because I feel like there's a lot going on. I feel like they're expanding the Outer Rim story in a way that I never cared about
You can
Tatooine.
expand
before.
my outer rim, baby.
I like that Ruben's covered by my thing here. Hold on, like all you just hear Ruben. You don't see him. No, I'm just kidding. There he is. He's clawing at the screen. But I feel like I never cared about Tatooine before. I was just always like, oh, it's like a.
I mean, that's Luke's home planet. That's
It's only been like an
It's
almost.
not
every
really
fucking
his
movie.
home planet. He was born on an asteroid in a space station somewhere with Obi-Wan there, and his poor mother was like,
oh, not his poor mother. His mother was a piece of shit.
What? Wait
We
a
already had
second.
this
I didn't know you
conversation.
felt this way about Padme.
Yeah,
What?
Can we
That's
Married a
intense.
dude who's like, I just went and slaughtered an entire village, and not just the men, but all the women and the children. And she's like, okay, I'll get married to you. Put a baby in me.
He's like, oh, I'm horny.
Father, you didn't hear this, I guess, but I have the same feelings for Vigilante that Padme had for Anakin.
Then you'd be a bad person if you're not like.
I don't know, because like,
You know
what if
you know
Padme
a-
thought
a
that her
good
love
person
could
would
change
do?
him?
No, you know what a good person would do? They would be like, hey, Obi-Wan, Anakin is really sick. He needs help. He's a danger to himself and others. Like we need to help him. You know what would be a bad thing to do is be like, oh, well, I'm just gonna marry you. Let's bang.
And put two babies in me.
And then
Like,
like,
it's-
oh my God, he went and murdered more children and then helped this fascist dictator
did.
take over the
he
galaxy.
did. It's
Now, I guess
true.
I might as well just die in shame and just lay here on the hospital bed and die instead of.
I
raising
can't
this
argue
fucking
with
kid.
you. I really can't
Before I
argue
get
with
canceled.
I can't argue with this.
Yeah.
Like,
She is a terrible person.
she's not terrible. Come on, she's a
She
victim,
is.
Father.
That
She's
is
a
the most
victim.
terrible shit.
I have to go back. My thesis is coming. My thesis. I'm gonna.
That's
you sp-
indefensible. You can't
you-
defend that.
No, yeah, no, jeez.
You know
Padme, no.
You know what? I think you're right, Father. Padme
Oh, man.
is
Oh
an
shit.
awful person. I think you're
PE
right.
says, I wish they released this as an episode of The Mandalorian. Instead, it could have been an one episode special for The Mandalorian. Well, we kind of got it, PE. I mean, like, for all intents and purposes, like, that's what it really was.
Well,
like, pretty,
They
you know?
needed to show what he's doing. They wanted to bring him into the Book of Boba Fett for this final episode next week, and they needed
Yeah.
to show. They needed to address some stuff. with
Is
the end
it,
of
wait,
season
isn't it
2.
two more episodes, Book of Boba
I
Fett?
think
No,
it's just
one
one
more.
more. This is one more.
Oh, shit. Okay, sorry.
So they needed to. I don't know if like Grogu is going to show up next week. I think there's a good
Mm-mm.
shot that happens.
Really?
It's two more, but one episode's all about R2D2 for some reason. It's just randomly.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say that I would be kind of disappointed if Grogu leaves Luke's care.
He's gonna be back with Din because he's that little glass dome.
Jin.
That little glass dome.
Oh, is that yeah? You're predicting that that's for him, right?
That's where Grogu is gonna ride. I promise you.
I mean, it is set up really ideally for that. It's true. Go ahead, Marcel. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, but I was saying that you know what, I'm really interested to see how this show is going to wrap up because I haven't been really interested in Boba Fett's sort of thing this whole season, and I'm interested to see how he's gonna get revenge on the people that killed his adopted brethren. To
He
see.
already did. That was the biker gang he blew up.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
You know what's interesting? PE saying that Tatooine is the center of the Star Wars universe, and while I agree that that seems to be the case, at least we see Tatooine a lot, especially now with these series. I personally, as a kid growing up, always was fascinated by Coruscant and was always thinking Coruscant was the center of the. And I even said it right. Everyone was
Coruscant
saying
didn't exist when you were a kid growing up.
no, it did in like
In the novels, but that
no, even before that, there were a lot of like George Lucas I read a lot. I don't know where I read it, but
it was invented for the Timothy Zahn
that's
trilogy.
that's where I found out about Coruscant. Okay, that's when it was. So it wasn't a kid. I was a teenager. Fine, but I still really like Coruscant. Everyone was calling it Coruscant, and I said no.
Coruscant is what I was
Yeah, Coruscant. Yeah, and I was like, no, it's Coruscant.
People used to say Palpatine too.
Yeah, Palpatine. I remember.
I
I think I was a
Emperor.
Palpatiner. Yeah, it was like yeah.
You
But
wanna know what
anyways,
a trigger word for me is if you say like Sidious, Darth Sidious. That makes my skin crawl. But
CDS.
can we talk about the
Are
small
you
universe
serious?
syndrome of the Star Wars universe?
wait, the what? Sorry.
The small universe syndrome of the Star Wars galaxy. Like
Yeah.
I just accept it now. Like this is just something that Star Wars is gonna be, I guess Star Wars just decided it's okay with this. But there's only like 30 or 40 people in the entire Star Wars galaxy, and they constantly run into each other. Like case in point here, okay, the Mandalorian, Din Djarin, he left Grogu with Luke Skywalker. Okay, now he has this dark saber that he got from Moff Gideon. That Bo-Katan was there. This dark saber was used by Pre Vizsla to fight Obi-Wan Kenobi, the guy who trained Luke and Luke's dad. So there's a connection there. Then he returns to the Halo ring. It looked like something out of Halo. Which
Oh yeah, we got to talk about that. I never played Halo, but you get lots of people are just referencing Halo when they saw that. Yeah.
But listen to this. Let me finish this.
Carry on.
He gets there, and then the guy who's the son of Pre Vizsla, who's also voiced by Jon Favreau, wants to fight him for so you're a guy who's the son of a guy who fought the dude who trained the other dude I just dropped my kid off with. Okay, and now let me go back to Tatooine where my friend is. Just so happens to be the home planet of the guy that I dropped my kid off with. And while I'm there on that planet, I'm gonna run into Boba Fett eventually. That guy who I just dropped my kid off with was at that battle where Boba Fett fell into the Sarlacc pit, and that's why Boba's on Tatooine. And this new ship I'm getting is designed to be part of the Royal Guard for the Queen of Naboo, happens to be the mom of the guy I dropped my kid off with. And I'm going to go test drive it over here in this canyon that the guy I dropped my kid off with's dad pod raced through. It's just like, it's
tying this back into an earlier. Is this member berries?
Yes, 100%.
It is okay.
But the presentation of it was good enough that I was kind of okay. And like I said, like I've kind of made my peace. That's just what Star Wars wants to do. And like to me, like Star Wars stopped in 1983, and this is all just like extra fluff. Some of it's going to be good, some of it's going to be terrible, and just take it or leave it. But I was like, okay, I'll get on board this. I'll accept this. Filoni and Favreau, they're pretty good storytellers. This is a decent show so far. And then when they tried to make him saying wizard, that's like a cool thing.
I loved it.
That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It was like, nope. You took it like that one step too far.
Wait, so you're done? You're not gonna watch the Book of Boba Fett anymore?
No, I'm not dumb. I'm just saying, like that was
the line.
The entire episode would have been like with intolerable parameters for me, and then that was enough to just push it out of my tolerance zone.
PE is calling this an example of tasteful member berries. You know, I have to redefine how I just only had this one singular definition of member berries. I feel like member berries is transforming like the word gay did. Like sometimes gay was cool, like it used to mean like feeling like happy. Then it became like, you know, a thing in the 90s where like, or no, in the early 2000s where people were like calling things that were stupid gay, and then we had to like so words change over time. So I feel like I'm starting to change my understanding of the memberberry word. So I banned it on Starfleet Boy Actual, but now I'm gonna unban it. So you guys, Robbie specifically, you could say member berries on Starfleet Boy Actual. It's allowed now.
Okay, but this episode, it does kind of tie into, it does reference all different parts of the Star Wars franchise. That's
It
a little
really
bit-
does.
You mean like if you like the prequels, you have like the pod race stuff and the Naboo
Beggars
Starfighter.
Canyon looked so good.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, I couldn't tell if it was CG or model work. I was so impressed.
It was CG.
All of it, the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I think so. I don't know. It's hard to tell at this show, but
That's what I'm saying. It's so hard
Um,
to tell. Like they really do a great job of making it look like a practical effect sometimes. Like
it had
I'm
all the Mos Eisley stuff, which they've conveniently already built and have been using. But
Yeah.
it had all the Mos Eisley stuff. If you're a fan of the original trilogy, it had a bunch of stuff from the animation with the
Remember?
Dark Saber and the
Remember?
Mandalorian stuff.
Remember?
Yeah, and
Remember?
it has
That's all I hear.
that BD droid BD1. He's from the video game Jedi Fallen Order, which I really
Can we-
recommend. It's a really
instead
good
of
Star
instead
Wars
of the
game.
term member berries, can we just use the term references? Because I feel like that's what these are. These are all references, right? Like they're like
But
updates and
it's just-
references.
they stand out. They're so like
Yeah.
apparent. They might as well have like.
But if
red
you never
arrow
saw
pointing to it
if
on
you
the
never
screen.
saw Star Wars prequels, let's just say you're only watching the Mandalorian. You've never seen the Star Wars
Mm-hmm.
prequels and you've only seen the original Star Wars trilogy. If you're one of these people, some people would consider you blessed that you've only seen the original Star Wars trilogy. If you watch Mandalorian, I feel like you would still be captivated by these things because they never mention like throwing out Naboo N1 Starfighter is like throwing out like what was that Luke and Biggs fly? What's their ship that they fly in Beggars Canyon?
T-16.
T-16 Skyhopper. Like that's kind of like the same thing. Like to me, there's always been these like references to
I
things
used to
that
target womp rats in my
Yeah.
my T-16 back home. They're not much bigger than 2 meters.
exactly. That's like that's what I'm trying to say. Is like if you never saw the prequels, this would still be cool in my opinion because of the way they
Big ass
executed it.
fucking rat, by the way, 2 meters. It was trying to eat that lady's leg. This episode.
I like that we saw it twice. We saw it in Beggars Canyon as well. There was another
Ruben,
one there.
Let me ask Ruben something.
Sure.
Superman the movie, 1978. That's a pretty good movie, right?
Yeah.
What about that moment when Clark needs to change into Superman to save Lois from when she's in the falling helicopter when they first meet? That's don't worry, miss, I got you. You got me. Who's got you? Right before that happens, he looks at a phone booth, or no, he looks at a payphone, and he's like, "Well, I can't use that to change in my costume." But that little visual gag that only works if you're
A comic
familiar
fan,
with
right.
the old school phone booth thing.
Right. With the Reeves thing, yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of a member berry.
Right. So I think a big part of it is one part of it is for me when it irritates me is the frequency of it because now
Yeah.
that's the one reference in the whole movie. One
Yeah.
in 90 minutes. Whereas now, not to talk shit about Picard because I know that's somebody's trigger word here. But the Picard season
No,
two
talk
trailer-
the
do it.
shit. Talk
Picard
the
season
shit. You're
two
allowed.
trailer,
Yeah.
There's a member berry every 15 seconds. Remember
But is
Guinan?
there?
Remember this? Remember that?
I
Like
don't
it's all about reminding you
Wait,
of all the
let's
stuff
not-
that's gonna be in there from before,
but like talk
as
about
opposed to
but
selling
talk
you
about
a story now.
Talk about Picard season 1 though. They didn't have these quote unquote member berries as much, right? Like I feel
Uh,
like Star Trek Picard season 1 was
no, it
all
wasn't
about.
as. I would say Discovery is a little bit worse in that sense.
But that's what I'm saying is so you don't use my precious Star Trek
No, but I'm
Picard
talking
as
about
like,
the
like an
trailer for season two.
example.
The trailer does that, but I
The
think
trailer does
You know?
that, yeah.
I don't.
So
I
I
think
think
the
that,
show-
like,
I
so
don't think
for
the
instance,
show
like
will play like
Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters has a scene where they literally, Afterlife, they have a scene where they literally look up a scene from the original movie on YouTube. Like that's a movie that has no
But
has nothing of its own to stand on. So
Ruben,
and they do that every 30 seconds in that movie. There's
But
some
Ruben-
sort of
does
reference
that.
to
Ruben, I
The
finally
Force
saw
Awakens makes
Ghostbusters
it
after.
very
what?
You
Wait,
go
wait.
first, Father. You go first, Father.
The Force Awakens. I think you feel how artificial it is. That it's like designed. Every 10 minutes we have to show something.
Right.
We have to have the droid Luke trained with a little ball.
Right. Oh, look, the Millennium Falcon just happens to be parked
Yeah.
right here.
And then like, oh look, Han and Chewie show up, and then
And
look,
Han's wearing the same
C-3PO.
outfit he wore 30 years ago. Like, what is he does? He doesn't shop. They don't have fucking clothing stores
It's
in.
slightly different, just FYI, but I know what you mean.
But no, but it's basically the same outfit, just done now. It's not the same outfit he wore 30 years ago, but it's the exact. It's basically the same thing he was wearing. So it's like, because again, it's just the fear of the. Sorry, Father, you finish.
But no, that's all I was gonna say is it's like like sometimes it comes off as like really artificial when they're doing it like
Right.
that, and I don't think this episode is that egregious. It's like there's still like a story here that could happen separate from it. It just happens to be with all the same stuff, and that's to me why the biggest sin is that it just feels more like that small universe.
I think, by the way, if you were ever wondering what a nerf herder or a nerf, which nerf herder's herd look like, these are
Like
the
a big
nerfs.
cow.
Yeah, it's a big cow. So we finally see nerfs in the Star Wars universe. I don't remember what I was going to say to you, Ruben. I was so like, I was ready to like, I have no memory of what I was going to say.
Again, like Matrix 4 is another example of like just egregious abuse of. We got nothing, so here's everything you loved from the original, from the past, because we got nothing. So we're gonna literally show you scenes. Oh, you're gonna say something about Ghostbusters?
Oh, yeah. So what I was going to say is what I appreciated about that YouTube clip scene is that they used unused footage. Like the footage they used was like alternative takes of the footage. So actually it made
Ivan
sense.
Reitman was like, "Here you go, son. Use this."
Yeah. So what I appreciated about that is that it felt like it could have been a real YouTube video. Like I liked that. I like the way the film handled like that. This monumental event happened, because how do you explain that? Like,
And everybody forgot, and the people who saved the world went.
they stole that from Doctor Who. Doctor Who does this all the time. No, I'm serious. You watch Doctor Who, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Doctor Who
like-
up until Matt Smith.
Yeah, Doctor Who, the Daleks invade, and then no one fucking remembers that the fucking Daleks.
Yeah,
like,
but
there-
Doctor
there's
Who's
like
also
adipose.
traveling to different versions of Earth.
No. It's always
It's time
humans-
travel.
The way they explain it is
So now
but
all
like-
events happened on the same Earth.
No, but they do. They actually do. It's Doctor Who time travel works differently from MCU time travel. But anyways, the way that they've always explained it in the show is that humans are just resilient as fuck. Like when something's not in front of their face, they're just gonna go back to texting and buying a bagel and like going to McDonald's and like whatever. So it's never a big. It's like, oh yeah, like
I
I've heard it.
noticed the eugenics war. In
Yeah,
1996.
exactly the same way.
I think if we had an
Yeah.
entirely new species of creature known as ghosts in existence, it would be a big fucking deal, and no one would forget.
That's the
We'd have a
Cybermen
whole field of study working
Yo,
on ghosts.
already-
We'd have
People already-
schools. We'd
People are
have
already ready
I would
to
have
forget.
to reevaluate my entire perspective on life in the universe if I found out ghosts were real.
I mean,
Anyway-
religions would crumble, new religions would form. Like, it'd
Anyways,
be
Doctor Who-
insane.
Doctor Who actually does also reboot the
People
universe.
people would do a become a ghost challenge on YouTube where you kill yourself and then come back as a ghost, and then the ghost you looks at the camera and you're like and subscribe.
You know, another perfect example from that movie, the
That's
Stay
so
Puft
dark.
Marshmallow scene. Why? It's just happening to remind you of the Stay Puft
Yeah.
Marshmallow.
That
I'm on
is
board with the
Whereas
movie.
in the original movie, there's a narrative connection to
Right.
why it's the Stay
It's
Puft
a
Marshmallow.
funny, and it's a funny joke.
And
too.
it's funny. The here is just, oh, look at Paul Rudd playing Paul Rudd with some CG marshmallows doing goofy shit for no fucking reason.
And you know
yeah,
what?
I'll
Like,
give you that scene. Yeah,
I was pretty
Like, that's
forgiving.
like-
The entire third act.
That
If
until,
if
until
if
that
you watch
part.
if you watch the third act side by side with the original third act, it's almost shot for shot exactly the same.
Okay, can I just say something? What I
Like
appreciate.
there's homage and then there's
No,
whatever.
but it's different when like okay, so what I appreciated was that like Ivan Reitman was the stand-in for the Harold Ramis cameo, which was very special to me because he got to suit up as a Ghostbuster and stand next to the surviving members of the Ghostbusters. So
Stand
just,
next to Bill Murray, the guy who him and Harold Ramis hated each other for years.
I mean, just shameless emotional
I didn't realize
manipulation.
that. I didn't know that, Father. See, I don't know much about I don't know much about
Just
like.
shameless
I'm always
and
in world. I'm
emotional
very
manipulation.
in world. It's like from an in world perspective, it was very special to me. And then also, why are you
That
looking?
doesn't-
Why
that
did you
doesn't
give me
make
that
the-
look? What was that?
It
Look?
doesn't make the story better.
I get.
No, and then if you put all the member berry shit aside in that movie, then you have the actual movie, which is nothing. This girl's an outcast, but she makes a friend 2 seconds into the movie, and you never see her be an outcast.
They're
So you
all
never get
outcasts.
you
They
never
were
get a
all-
sense. You never get a sense of them actually being anything but the cool kids because they're
Gentlemen?
always. Uh-huh.
Gentlemen, if I just could say, please don't shoot me. And if you
Oh.
want to shoot me, just hold up.
Okay.
But
I don't have
I
a gun,
kinda,
so.
I kind of liked Ghostbusters Afterlife, but that's all I'll say. I'll just
That's-
leave it here now.
That's not a shooting offense. That's
I mean,
not.
I'm not-
shooting.
yeah.
I like parts
I
of
never
it.
shoot anybody for something they like.
I
Yeah.
definitely don't have as many issues with it as Ruben because when it was trying to be its own story, I was okay with the movie. I didn't think it was incredibly original. I felt like okay, they're just trying to do Stranger Things with proton packs, but that was different enough that I was on board. I was giving the movie a shot until we got to Walmart, and then when it went full blown member berries after that, and then I was like,
Member berry.
If they
I
would've been
appreciated
fighting a
that-
different, if they would have had like a different enemy, a different big bad at the end, even if they still did like everyone, like the old men Ghostbusters come back and all that.
I just want to
And
say
the most unrealistic
I just wanna
Walmart
say-
in history.
I will
If
say
you have
as-
never been to Walmart. It is never that clean in Walmart.
I just want to say that as much as I appreciate that Shoria Gadashlu, I hope I'm saying her name correct, played Zool, I do agree it was cool that you had Vigo in the second movie. So I was expecting a new I will agree that that's like a disappointment of the film because yeah, that's 100 like I was expecting like whatever's on top of Vigo, like the next scary shit. Because Vigo was scary. I was scared as fuck about Vigo. I mean, like,
Gozer scared me as a kid.
That's what I meant, not Zool. Gozer, yeah.
I
But
think
like bringing Gozer back, I thought was a step backwards for sure. I feel like they should have created a new bad person,
But
a new
like,
bad ghost.
like the way that like they made like the visual effects, like the a lot of the ghost stuff and like the proton beams and stuff. Like I thought like a lot of I mean that's all very like surface layer. That's just kind of very aesthetics, kind of inconsequential to your story. But I thought like the look of that stuff was really good. I like that they were using like the original music, but then they kind of overused it by the end. Like there was a lot of potential there to be a decent, not a great movie, but a decent movie. And then I think they squandered it in the back half and go back to, oh, we have to do something that will be a pre-established fan base that the fans want to see, that'll get the retweets, that will get the member berries, that we can kind of make this be a guaranteed return.
Jude Beacom put it well. These movies, the bad ones, use the plot to get to the member berries.
Yeah,
Whereas the good shows just have it in there as kind of a natural, organic part of the show, and not like constantly.
yeah. Like,
Because think about TNG. Like, think about TNG. They rebooted Star Trek, which in 1987 was like this beloved franchise. They're rebooting it. Yeah, and there were people who hated it at first, sure. But think of TNG. They didn't fucking like, yeah, look, remember
They
the
never-
Enterprise.
they
remember
never
this?"
succumb-
they
and-
they distance themselves so much.
They
Yeah.
never succumb. And actually, Father, can I just really quickly go back to Picard season 2 for a second? You mentioned about the alternate universe, like the mirror universe. I think what's brilliant about it is that like TNG has never gone to the mirror universe, but it's always suggested an alternate timeline that could be darker, like with yesterday's Enterprise. And I feel like, and also in All Good Things, it's like an alternate, like another, the timeline that never existed that was like different or whatever. And I feel like it's following suit with its own recipe, like it's following its own formula. In the sense that, like, I don't think it's it's definitely not the mirror universe. We already can pretty much safely assume that.
Yeah.
But it's following the same TNG established kind of thing. And this is like a yesterday's Picard. Like, you know what I mean? Like a kind of like a, and it's even to the point where Guinan's going to inform them of what the correct timeline should be like. I mean, like it's kind of a cool repeat or redo or like examination or deconstruction of the TNG show, which I feel like that was the successful part of Picard season 1. Is that it like deconstructed All Good Things for me in a way, like, and it's like, anyways, what were you gonna say?
I don't want Picard to be like the continuation or examination of the Next Generation. I want Star Trek.
I think it's
I think
it's a byproduct. I don't think of it as the main thing of Picard. For me, I'm finding these little connections, like I don't think that's what they're trying to do as a main intention. I definitely think the show is its own thing, but there's these nice little, what do you call them, member berries that like that make that make you feel. Look, I used Marcelo. I used member berries in a positive way.
If it's good, say touchstone.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
What
I love touchstone. Okay, yeah, these touchstones. Okay, yeah, I actually love touchstone. That's like a cool thing.
Okay, so there you go, touchstones. Not bad.
Thank you.
What's like the literal definition of like I don't know, like a stone? It's like the touch stone, like you touch it. Like where did that term?
I have no idea. I just have touchstone pictures. Yeah.
What's the origin of that?
Which, by the way, is touchstone's picture still around? Because that's a cool ass like the logo and how it all like.
I miss them.
Yeah,
I
it's
miss
so cool.
them. I miss Orion picture.
Orion had a great
I think Touchstone's still around.
Touchstone was part of Disney, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I Disney consumed everything. Yeah, it's crazy. But anyways, yeah, I just want to say that piece. Good show, Jude. Go on.
No, but I think the literal definition of a touchstone is when you do something that that really homages something else, like really, really, really on the nose. At least in my understanding, I could be completely wrong.
If that's what it is, that's
if you're trying to
like that.
Like get inspiration from something.
All right. So touchstone, as it is defined today, comes from an actual stone. In the late 15th century, gold and silver was rubbed or touched against black quartz, the touchstone, to determine the purity of the metals. This was done by looking at the color of the streaks left on the stone.
That's kind of what you were saying, Marcelo, like a true homage, like a real, it's a touchstone. Yeah, I like that. It's cool. It's not a member.
Well, by this definition, I think it means that like you have something else in the past that you compare this to see how it measures up.
Right. I see. Let's talk about this person here. The forger. What are they? Not the smith. Like, what is her name?
The forger.
Forger. Is that what she's called?
Yeah.
Okay.
Her and then Paul Vizsla is the one that's voiced by Favreau.
But I think it's gonna come down to her and Bo-Katan and Mando having to choose between the two. You guys were talking about earlier about Mando going back to like how he can see he basically, we know his intention at this moment at least. I like what you were saying, Father, by the way. I don't want him to go backwards, but at least they helped him, like they healed him up when he came, other than the little duel, but they seem to be a more like honor driven. They're like the Klingons of the Mandalorians, and that's how it was on Concordia. The Mandalorians were like warriors, and
Well,
then
they were
on
all like the Death Watch, man. They
yeah,
were like the bad ones. That what was her name? Obi-Wan's girlfriend.
oh
Sistine?
no, not Sistine. It's
Bo-Katan's sister.
yeah, it's
But she had all them sent to Concordia.
right.
And so then they have Bo-Katan and Sabine Wren do the like the liberation of Mandalore in Rebels, and then after that they get smacked down by the Empire and the planet gets destroyed, but the Concordia Mandalorians live on.
Survived. Yeah. So that's who these people are. They used to be Death Watch. And I love that there's a reference to it with the horns on her helmet because that wasn't Death Watch what's his face
That was
Darth
Darth
Maul took
Maul's
over them
Darth-
for a little bit.
what's that? Yeah, Darth Maul was the
That
leader of
was
Death
Darth
Watch.
Maul's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which she looks like Darth Maul. I mean, she has the horns on there at least anyways. But I think it's going to come down between her and Bo-Katan.
By the way, I
The
have a
armor,
theory-
thank
own
you,
way.
thank you, Jude. It's a cooler name than the forger.
Armorer,
The
yeah.
armorer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I think
Yeah,
he's
I
gonna
have,
ride. They're gonna find a mythosaur, and he's gonna ride it. He's gonna learn to ride the mythosaur.
oh my shit.
And then he's gonna be like, this is gonna be like infinite diversity and infinite combinations. That's the way.
I
That's the
like
way we're
this
all
is
really
the new way. Oh my
the
god.
way doesn't have to be one single way. There are many
Right.
ways to follow the way.
I love it. I love it. I think that there are still living waters on Mandalore. I think that's going to be the discovery because Bo-Katan suggests that not to believe everything you hear when he brings it up to them last season when he brought up how Mandalore was like ruined and it's like like no one can go to it. Like it's like poisonous basically or whatever. The other Mandalorians, the Bo-Katan sect, they said no, don't believe everything you hear. So I think there's going to be a visit to Mandalore at some point and we're going to see that maybe he'll have an experience. Like there's this new mysticism. I mean, like even the Darksaber itself, I know that like I didn't realize that all kyber crystals kind of like I didn't realize that lightsabers could be heavy, but I knew that the Darksaber was different and it brings in the elements of sorcery like with the sisterhood, what are they called, the witches of Dathomir and stuff like that, and even the Emperor
the
and
Night Sisters.
the Night Sisters, yeah, and even the Emperor commits sorcery. Like he pretty much does sorcery at times in the Clone Wars animated series. Which, by the way, that's a badass fight scene between the Emperor and Darth Maul when he cuts him down. It's so
Why are lightsabers heavy?
so it's not that the light particles are not heavy, but the kyber crystal can influence. It merges with you, so it can influence your. So it'll make the lightsaber heavier in your hand if you're not merged with it. If you're
If
fighting
your emotions aren't
aligned. So if you're fighting the saber, it will fight you back in a sense, which kind of fits with Star Wars lore. I mean, Star Wars has always had a mystical aspect.
It was
to it.
Something that they put into Star Wars Rebels is kind of a ham-fisted attempt to explain why in the original trilogy, when Lucas was kind of good at making movies, you had to hold the lightsaber with like two hands, like samurai style.
Oh, right on.
cool.
Okay.
But then in the prequels, when they just did like this really terrible, fake-looking choreography where they're like doing karate flips over each other, and they're just like swinging the lightsabers around all crazily. Why there is such a difference in fighting style?
Because Luke didn't have full control of his saber.
Yeah, he was like an amateur.
He was an amateur. I see.
But
now, how does he explain Obi-Wan and Darth Vader fighting?
That's the official canon.
And how do they explain Darth and Obi-Wan fighting
Their
old man fight? The old man fight.
I'm probably not going to like that show. It's probably going to be dumb and
No, I'm saying in episode 4 they're like old man fighting. It's like
I thought you meant like the new fight.
Boom.
Yeah,
boom,
like it doesn't make a lot of sense.
boom.
It's just,
Well, anyways, regardless, yeah, they've Star Wars the Clone Wars series brought in a lot more of the mystical aspects, like with these witches, the Dathomir. Like, there's a sorcery. I want to say there's a sorcery aspect of the
magic,
Force.
There's magic and the Force. They're two different things in Star Wars, which is also kind of dumb. But the Ewok cartoon did that first.
Oh, it did it.
Oh, and then there was magic in the Ewok movies.
Oh, you're right.
Even though they're not considered canon, but I guess they were doing it before anyone else.
So yeah, that's interesting. I liked also that the armor mensch references the mythosaur and then calls it in legend, which is what they refer to as the books, the Star Wars books that are no longer canon. They call it legends, right? Isn't that
Well,
so,
the books, those Ewoks,
yeah, all of that's called
um,
legends now, right? They've kind of like put that in another category.
yeah, oh,
Uh,
it's not part of the official canon, which all the newer stuff is.
the armor always gives us some interesting lore. Like the other thing was like how Mandalorians apparently, according to this sect, the more hardcore sect, you don't make weapons out of Beskar. It's only meant to be armor. Beskar is
Mhm.
supposed to be armor, which I thought was really interesting.
The dark saber is a weapon, and it's made out of Beskar. But I
Well,
guess
the
that's
hilt is
just the hilt.
Beskar.
Yeah, it's just like
The
the it's armor for the Kyber crystal.
For the Kyber crystal, exactly. So it kind of still fits. And he does say that this is like a type of Beskar I've never seen. So it might be mixed with chromium or whatever that metal is that they put on
It's also
lightsabers.
really
like,
old. It's like 1,000
yeah,
years old.
1,000 years old. Yeah, and that's crazy to me too that this thing's 1,000 years old.
But you know what I loved about this show is like its grounded nature uh when Den is trying to, he has to take the airplane at the airport because he doesn't have his ship anymore. So
Right.
and then he has
We
to,
finally see what that. Well, we saw it in episode 2 a little bit with Anakin and Padme boarding.
yeah, they were
a
taking a commercial flight.
commercial flight.
Well,
Yeah.
he has to check the dark saber.
Yes,
It's
it's
supposed to, like this is supposed to be like this great epic. It's like, oh, like you're now the noble leader to rule the Mandalore people, and he has to like, check it at the airport.
it's true.
That felt very like Peter Parker Spider-Man. How that's like something like Peter Parker always has like has to deal with like the real life shit like that. Even though he's having like all these crazy superhero adventures, that was the same thing. They were putting Den through that,
Yeah, they were. It's true.
and I was worried about it. Like I was like when he arrived on Tatooine, I was like, does he still have the dark saber? I hope they didn't
They
lose that
didn't
or
like,
anything.
yeah, because that could have been a complication that you could see the show adding like that kind of a complication to it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What did y'all think of this? Definitely an homage to Terminator,
Looked a
right?
little too Terminator-y,
It
if I'm
was
being
right, a
honest,
little
but
too on the note.
not bad. I mean, it was Star Wars has always been kind of an amalgamation of all these other things in pop culture. So
Ruben, would you think this is Terminator if you just looked at it?
Yeah, or some sort
Yeah,
of war
it's-
movie or something. Yeah, it looks a
there is
little
like the
Terminator-y.
Empire Strikes Back droids though flying around.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, and they're used in like a really menacing way, which they never felt menacing to me before. Also, these droids are used in a menacing way.
K2SO droids like from
Yeah.
Rogue One.
They look hella menacing in this, which I hadn't seen them in that context really, because in Rogue One we get to be friends with that one K2.
Yeah, but there's some bad ones too.
Yeah.
And that shot was particularly cool, I thought. And just really cool seeing the devastation. I thought that was a cool shot.
It was like, yeah, and then also the bombardment, like I forget, Mando said they turned the planet into glass is what he described it as.
TIE bombers.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you glass the planet, they use that terminology in Halo a lot.
Oh, is that another Halo thing?
Yeah, I mean, I hear like a lot of science fiction say that. That's just like, you know, when you burn a land so hot that the dirt turns into glass.
Oh yeah, completely. That
Sand,
makes
yeah.
sense. Here's what did you guys think of like so the Vizsla character I'm not impressed with, but the armor is badass. Like when she was just fighting him with her tools. Like, you know what I mean?
We see that Pa Vizsla had that little shield on his arm. We see Mandalorians using that in the
In
Clone
the
Wars.
animated, yeah, in the Clone
Yeah.
Wars. That was from the Clone Wars. There's a lot of cool things from the Clone Wars that come
Yeah,
into play.
see, that's not like a really like egregious Easter egg. That's like using something. What Larry Nemechek talks about all the time with Star Trek is like using the universe, using the established canon.
This was also really cool and subtle. I thought, well, maybe it's a little on the nose, but I love that it's in the shape of baby Grogu's head.
Yeah, it's like he's thinking about Grogu.
What do you think? So the armor's a mystery. It seems like it's just chainmail, like a mithril type of thing, like because I saw rings being forged at one point.
Oh, shit.
I thought they were setting this up for like he's gonna go and find Grogu. He's gonna find out that Grogu's like well underway in his training. He's already starting to like practice detachment, but Luke is like touched that the Mandalorian's still connected to him and understands because Luke himself still had an attachment to his dad or whatever. And I feel like he's gonna be like, yes, like it's up to him. It's up to Grogu what to do. And so maybe Mando's like, no, no. He sees the conditions of the Jedi Academy before Kylo Ren runs amok. And so, Mando's like, yeah, my fears were not really justified. This is like a wonderful place. Like
It's
you're
not
doing
about his fear. I think he just misses them.
He misses him, but I think he's afraid because remember,
He wants to check in on him.
but remember, the armor was like, well, Jedi are all about detachment, and he's like, that's the opposite of us, and he considers Grogu a foundling. So another path for Grogu could have been to be a Mandalorian, yeah.
Well,
So,
this is what's eventually going to happen, is that because Grogu is going to live to be so old.
Yeah, hella old.
Ben is going to die. And
Yeah,
Grogu's going to live on.
Outlive him, yeah, you're 100% right.
Grogu's going to have the Darksaber, and he's going to be a Mandalorian Jedi Yoda thing.
Shit.
And that's the future of your franchise.
And that's when I leap from the nearest cliff.
No, Ruben, you didn't watch. Wait, Ruben, you didn't watch Mandalorian season 1, right?
Only the first 2 episodes.
No, you really, Ruben. Honestly, like, I don't know. I don't want to hype it up too much because I know you don't respond well to that. But I just feel like the Mandalorian is doing something really special, and it's like even Book of Boba Fett. Like, I feel like this episode was like basically the Mandalorian. I mean,
I appreciate observing. I like these big shared universes that a lot of these huge franchises inhabit. So I kind of appreciate observing the happenings of them, even when I don't like
it. Yeah.
But for me, what makes the Mandalorian stand out is just like these really cool, simple, pulpy action adventure vignettes. And they're like these solid little done in one episode adventures. There's not like a ton of serialization. There is sometimes, but a lot of the episodes they just stand on their own, and it's just like, here's what happens when their ship crashes on a planet that's inhabited by ice spiders, or here's what happens when Mandalorian has to go do a job to break someone out of prison on a prison ship, and it's just those cool little action adventure vignettes.
It's like scaling things down. Like that's what it is like, to me, what's satisfying about the Mandalorian and also the Book of Boba Fett is we're continuing the story of Star Wars, but in small little chunks. Like there isn't
installing a new government over the whole galaxy,
or what is like that thing called? Star Killer. I don't need another bigger laser.
Yeah,
like no more.
I don't need a fleet of Death Star ships going around blowing up solar systems.
It's cool in the moment, but like overall, it doesn't do anything. Like Starkiller Base is just like another. It's just like at the end of the day, it did the same thing the Death Star already did.
The Rise of Skywalker almost killed me, coming out of the theater. That was rough. That was a rough.
The Rise of Skywalker is the first time in my JJ loving life that I have now that he disappointed me. I hated that movie.
Oh wow, that's huge, Marcelo. Like for you to say that, like
I cannot,
oh my gosh,
I cannot.
It took you so long.
Oh my god,
stop, Ruben. I cannot with that movie.
Wow. I didn't feel it was so egregious because I did enjoy Kylo Ren being like always wanting to be like his grandfather, and then he ended up actually being exactly like his fucking grandfather, the same exact redemption and death arc. Like
they had such a better script for a better movie, and then threw it out the window to appease.
What was the better script? I don't remember. We probably talked about this before. I'm sorry if I'm repeating, but what was the better script?
I'll send you a link to a video that summarizes the whole thing.
No, right, I mean, I don't blame JJ for everything that happened because he wasn't initially supposed to direct this movie anyway. But
he came in last minute. They gave him a
Ugh.
checklist of what to do. They're like, "Here's your job, JJ. You need to do this, 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 and this."
Save
And
this
he's like,
train
"Okay,
wreck of a
You know what I
franchise that
don't.
we didn't think about ahead of time.
You know what I don't understand?
I
J.J. Abrams like loves Star Wars. He stated, I feel like he stated that he loves Star Wars more than Star Trek, or at least he was more of a Star Wars
He was
fan than
never a Star
He
Trek.
was never a Star
No,
Yeah,
Trek.
he
he
was
was
never
never
a
a
Star
Star
Trek
Trek
fan.
guy.
But then he only directed the like he kind of like I was surprised he wasn't more involved with the overall story. But I'm kind of glad because actually now I'm thinking about it. Ryan Johnson, to me, I didn't think I would say this because I really liked The Force Awakens. I thought it was a great like tone
Oh,
poem.
the Last Jedi, I love. I absolutely,
Yeah,
I adore
the Last
Jedi.
Jedi. The Last Jedi is really fucking good. It's like
No, but
I keep going back to that movie.
The
in
Last
my
Jedi
head.
is on a
No,
fucking atrocity of a film
but the
that
main
you can
problem.
cut out an hour and a half from it and it
Listen.
would not make a single fucking difference to
Leave it
the
Listen.
story.
Okay, listen. The main problem with the new trilogy is this. I love The Force Awakens, but the problem with the entire trilogy is that when Disney got Star Wars, they were so fucking excited and they forgot the most critical part of doing a brand new trilogy.
George
You
Luke-
want- No,
George
no,
Lucas.
not
Okay,
George
sorry.
Lucas.
Sorry.
Not George Lucas. They forgot to make a fucking plan.
But
had
they didn't do
no
that. They didn't do that
fucking
with the original
idea.
trilogy.
Yeah.
There was no original trilogy
There's no plan.
Yeah, but check this out. If you are going to make a new Star Wars trilogy, it would behoove you to make a plan of where you want to fucking go with these 3 goddamn films.
I think to me, I was
They
like one of those
kinda- they
hardcore
kinda
people that was
did.
like
The thing is,
Where?
Marcelo, they had a plan and then they changed it
they changed it.
after they'd already started.
Yeah, okay. Well, if they had a plan and then they changed it, then it's their fault because
It is, but
ugh.
It's a complicated thing. One day in 10 years we'll find out. Okay, so then at the end of the episode,
what do you mean we'll find out? Like we already
we're
know.
not gonna find out. We're never gonna find out.
Fennec comes in and I like this moment because Mando's like, it's on the house. I appreciated that. Like Boba really helped him out in his show, and now Mando's like, you don't have to pay me to be on your show.
Can I just say, Ming Na Wen is a sexy
She's a
woman.
smoke show. Isn't
my
that the right
God.
word for it? Smoke show?
Yeah,
She's a
yeah.
smoke show.
She's a smoke show. Oh, she's so.
Oh, speaking of the
All right.
small universe, she was also on the Bad Batch, where she met a bunch of Boba's clone brothers and clone sister, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's right. She was.
That's right. Oh, what happened to Ruben? We were like totally disgusted him. He's gone.
He left.
He's like,
Ruben
no more
left.
tone poems.
I actually,
for me.
I thought that it would have been a good idea for Disney to do 3 different Star Wars movies from 3 different directors, because that's what the original trilogy was.
You look so authentic. Like it's not even funny. Like the only thing, if your background was moving, it would be more perfect. Like I feel like you should just do a show like that. Like, it's okay. Sorry, carry on.
Well, and then the other thing is that, take it the MCU for example. Yeah, like they kind of okay, we'll do like a solo movie of Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Captain America, Ant-Man. We'll eventually like have them together in the Avengers. Maybe we can do like an Avengers sequel that involves Thanos. Maybe do like a Civil War movie at some point. They had a loose plan, but not really much of a plan. But the way that those MCU movies build on top of each other, and they'll take something that was established in, one movie that this one director kind of just did because they had like this good idea for that movie, but then they'll build on it like many movies later. And the way that they told like that huge ongoing saga building up to like a big satisfying ending, they did not have all that planned out step by step by step. But what they were doing is they were just really thinking about it in the writing and writing it as if it was all planned out.
They're really good improvisers. They're
Yeah.
like jazz musicians. Like
And so
in a way.
I think there was a good way to do that with, and that was kind of like JJ's intent. When he did The Force Awakens, is he said, his idea was that like the next director would be able to do whatever they.
Oh, okay.
Because he had a bunch of freedom going into it, and then Ryan Johnson did the same thing, and he took the movie into a particular direction from The Force Awakens. And some people, I guess, didn't appreciate it. Overwhelmingly, most people did. Critics loved that movie. It performed extremely well. But there was definitely a very loud, angry portion of the fan base that was not cool with
Oh
that
yeah, they
movie.
ruined my favorite movie,
And
Solo, which may never get a sequel now. All right,
yeah,
whatever.
it's never getting a sequel. They're gonna do that Lando show on Disney Plus.
Yeah, which is good. I'm okay with that.
But and then they had that script that the Jurassic World dude was gonna do for Duel
Colin
of the Fates,
Trevorrow.
and I do have some issues. I have some issues with like what was in Duel of the Fates, but it was so much better than the Rise of Skywalker.
Koyo Hata.
And it would have built off of The Last Jedi and gone to a more. It even had Coruscant in it, Starfleet boy.
I
So you
needed
would have had that, yeah.
I needed Coruscant.
It
I
had,
love
like, so
Coruscant.
many cool. It had like Rey has like a double sided lightsaber. You think Kylo is going to be redeemed at the last minute, but then he falters and it actually ends with him dying, with him defeated. Finn was going to lead like a stormtrooper rebellion.
Oh
It
wow,
had so much good shit in it, and like they
The
threw
white-
all that out the window.
No, I mean,
that
no,
sucks.
I mean,
That was Gareth Roberts' story, right? Like, is he who was supposed to do? No, who was it?
I don't remember who came up with the script.
Oh, it was not. Yeah, I know who it is. Hold on. I remember barely now. It was a different director before JJ. Anyways, sorry. Colin Trevorrow. Thank you, Trevorrow. Trevorrow.
I say I don't like the Rise of Skywalker, and I don't, but I don't blame JJ for every single thing that went wrong in that film, because, as you said, Fathery, he was brought in at the last moment. He was given a checklist, and he did the best he could.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Ruben's back. We have you back. I thought my tone poem thing put you over the edge.
I realized my laptop wasn't plugged in with the power.
You were like, fuck this, I'm out of
I
here.
was like, oh no, I finally did it. I finally did it.
It's a good movie. Fuck you guys, I'm out of here.
Guys, I think this is a 3-hour show. I think we covered almost
It was a 3-hour tour.
3-hour tour. What do you guys feel like? Do you feel like going on or wrapping up, or is there anything else?
Then Star Trek Insurrection.
What? Wait, what? Are we gonna do a watch along for Star Trek?
We're actually going to watch the entire prequel trilogy of Star Wars.
No, we are not.
Father, I would love to do a watch along with you just to hear you like go crazy. Like I would love
No one
to
wants to hear me.
No, I do.
I will do. You could put me in front of those movies, and for 2 hours, I will not shut up. I will just like complain.
That's what I'm saying.
the
That's what I
entire
kind
time.
of want. It feels like it would be therapy for me. I don't know why, because I like those movies, but I want to hear your stuff. Although Ruben already gave. I remember. Oh, that was the schism. That was the day when we went together. When we went. We were so aligned on Star Wars 100, and then the schism for
That's
Star
when
Trek.
fandom went insane.
Yeah,
That's
and-
the day I call.
Wait,
fandom
and
went
then
insane.
our schism for Star Trek was Picard, which I was so surprised at. I didn't know that was going to be our schism for Star Trek, because you didn't even watch Discovery, but you watched Picard and you were like, I'm looking forward to this show, and then you hated it. But we were all like aligned. Everyone was super excited. We went to meet Joe Black, remember, to go see the trailer.
Twice, because they were playing it before and after the movie.
And after we watched the whole movie, Meet Joe Black, just to watch the trailer before and after.
And the projector had a
Joe Young,
malfunction.
wasn't it?
Right.
The projector had a malfunction about 20 minutes before the movie ended, so we had to wait like a half hour to watch the ending of the movie to then watch the trailer. And we didn't even like the movie, so we were like, we didn't even care about the stupid
Yeah, Meet Joe Black was
movie.
kind of like whatever. We were just there for the Star Wars trailers so many times. And then
Was it Meet Joe Black or Meet Joe Young?
No, it was Meet Joe Black. It was the Brad Pitt movie where he plays Death.
Okay.
Death takes over this like
Death Takes a Holiday, which from the play,
which is exactly from the play. And Meet Joe Black's like a remake of a film, which not Sabrina. I think it was called Meet Joe Black. Anyways,
doesn't that film star Monahan? What's her name?
It's Brad Pitt, Claire Forloni, something like that.
I thought
Dave Filoni.
No, I thought it was Monahan. Oh my god, what's her name?
Bridget Monahan?
Bridget Monahan. I mean, this is
Yeah.
easy to resolve. Hold on, I can just look it
No,
up.
I mean the main actress is Claire.
Anyways,
something with an F. I can't.
we waited
pronounce
in line. I dressed up like the Prince of Naboo because I already knew about Naboo, and so I made a
What the hell is the
costume.
Prince of Naboo? That's
I
not
was
even a
I was
thing.
obsessed with I was that gay boy that was obsessed with Natalie Portman, and I knew she was Queen Amidala or whatever. Like, they gave, like, you knew a little bit
Yeah.
about it, right? So I was like, oh, I'm gonna be her, like, brother. I'm the Prince of Naboo.
I
right?
had
Like,
the
like,
I
so
had the Vanity
I
Fair, the issue of Vanity Fair that had like pictures of all the characters, and, like
Yes.
what their names were and
Yeah,
stuff.
and Annie Leibovitz did that. We were so hype. We were online. We were in line. We were on the same page. We all went like
But the movie was terrible.
and then well, no, I loved it. There was two of us, only two of us that night that loved it. The rest of the crew hated it, and we were like, the two of us that loved it were like, "Oh my god, what's going on?" Like,
in the smallness of the Star Wars universe, Anakin builds C-3PO. Why? I don't understand. C-3PO was just,
C-3PO, I am your father.
he's just a fucking protocol droid.
C-3PO, I am your father. Oh my
Why does Anakin have to be the one that built him? Why can't he just be a protocol droid that somebody just happened to have? Why does he even need to be in the movie?
Because George Lucas always said that R2D2 and C-3PO were they were the actual true. They're meant to be the true.
George Lucas should thank Marcia Lucas and the ILM team for saving that
It's
fucking
true.
train wreck of a movie that he made in 1977.
I will, whatever.
No, but
The point is, that was the night of the schism. There was a schism that happened. and
No, I
that was
a lot. I point to that night as a night that, like, even nerddom in general.
in general, yeah. It was.
Like, there
it was
were obviously people who were just like, we're just fans. We don't give a shit.
No, come
Nothing
on.
can change our opinion. Nothing can skew. We're just gonna love everything without question. And then there was like everybody else. And then there was like the haters too. Just like,
Come on.
if it's not what we
Father himself
Canon
admitted
created.
that
And then
the
kind of little people.
Father himself admitted that the sequel trilogy made him appreciate the prequel trilogy a little
Oh yeah,
bit more.
because the sequel trilogy is even worse somehow. I don't know how the fuck you make a worse
is.
trilogy than the prequels, but Disney, fucking congratulations, they did it. They told a worse story with even less new ideas, with even less point, with even less, like, at least Lucas, you could see where the story could have gone, what he was trying to do in general. There was something there.
There's
The
movies-
prequel, or the sequels were like, money, money, money. Let's make money. Just put Star Wars shit. Who cares? Make money. That was
Well,
the
for better or worse, Star Wars is a 40-year franchise. It's just slightly behind Star Trek, and there's a lot of, and so
That's
you
way
lose.
behind Star Trek in
Yeah,
terms of quality.
but you lose some, you win some. Mandalorian and Boba Fett, I feel like we're winning some. And
well,
there's
they
gonna-
always win.
yeah,
because
that's
they
true.
always
The
make
house
money.
always wins.
The
house always wins.
Yeah.
You got a
Which
huge
was part
compliment
of the
from.
meta commentary in The Last Jedi. Part of why I appreciate that movie.
Apparently, Ruben gets a huge compliment from Blue Sparrow. You're
Thanks,
a king
Blue.
now, LOL. your Star Wars rant. Anyways, I think we'll go ahead, Marcelo. Sorry.
No, last thing I want to say before we wrap up.
Wrap up.
That's where we're going, right?
Yeah, we're heading to the
Um,
wrap up. I think.
I think personally that I think that the future of Star Wars is on TV, and the future of Star Wars I think lies with Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau.
They
That's
do
all
seem to
I
be the ones that are good at, like, they can satisfy everyone.
Yeah.
They seem to be able. They have a good handle on, like, incorporating Lucas's bad prequel vision into the greater Star
Fiction.
Wars universe. And
They're touchstone. They're the touchstone. Yeah, as we.
Star
were
Wars
talking.
Disney could have made a fucking mind blowing trilogy because they had all the time and the money in the world to do it.
Well, also they had Heir to the Empire. I'm sorry to say this, but
All
like,
that's all they had to do was
yeah,
turn
like,
that shit into a
the
movie.
movie. Yeah.
Turn the first book into 3 movies, and you're done.
I
Boom,
wouldn't
just
have-
chain, count the money.
I wouldn't have liked that, but I don't know. For me, I'm over it largely. Like, I just like that original trilogy.
And that's
And
it.
then, I mean, like, I've enjoyed it. Like I just said, like I really like The Last Jedi. I like Mandalorian, the Rebels cartoon. I liked most of that I really liked.
Mhm.
Did you like the final season of Clone Wars? I heard that.
Yeah. Oh my God, Ahsoka.
Yeah, that
oh,
was
yeah,
that was pretty
super.
good. There's a lot of Clone Wars I don't like, but I liked that
Yeah.
last season.
Yeah.
Was some of
But
its
that
better
I
stuff.
feel like, and also they delivered a really great action set piece that last.
Well, part of
yeah.
why I liked that last season is because I liked Rex and Ahsoka so much
Mm.
from Rebels. So then when I went back to Clone Wars for that last season, I kind of had a new appreciation for them.
I've said this before, I'm gonna say it again, and Ruben, you're welcome to join me on the first episode discussion of this, because I feel like you're gonna be like it might be a repeat of History of Star Trek Picard, how you're like totally like Star Trek for a moment.
Wait, you're talking about Picard season 2?
Obi-Wan is my Star Trek Picard of Star Wars, like 100%. Like that's I'm fixated
I have, like,
on
I'm gonna be
negative
what Ruben
interest
was
in that.
Picard. That's what I'm gonna be to Obi-Wan.
What?
Well, what I was to Picard, Father is going to be to Obi-Wan.
Oh wow!
I have
really
negative
Dang.
interest in Obi-Wan.
Well, I look forward to talking about it with you guys.
I am very, very intrigued in Obi-Wan.
Yeah, Obi-Wan's my
Not
guy.
because of Ewan McGregor. Not because I'm interested to see what the director Deborah Chan is going to do with it.
To me, Ewan McGregor nailed like an Alec Guinness prequel. Like, to me, I feel like I just love Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's my guy. Anyways, I'm really excited about Obi-Wan. I can't wait till we talk about it here.
Yeah.
Guys, what do you got to promote? Or
No, JJ thought about having Obi-Wan Kenobi be the father of, or like Rey would be related to Obi-Wan Kenobi.
he actually, that was not like just like a wild rumor. That was like
That
an
was-
actual.
I
No,
mean,
that was like
it would have
his,
made 1,000 times more sense, but who needs that?
Actually, he thought about it. That is true.
I kind
That
of
was-
thought
that was
about
kind
that.
of
I
his
wondered
idea,
about that.
but
I actually wondered about that when she was like,
But I
But
loved the Last Jedi thing. I loved the her
Satine.
parents
I
were
finally
nobody.
remembered her name. Satine. Obi-Wan's love
Yeah,
interest.
but they never
Satine.
hooked up.
No, they didn't. He would have left the Jedi Order for her. Very vulnerable. Like,
And I actually agree that I think he should have just left the Last Jedi idea in there and just been like, no, she's nobody's parents. She's nobody's kid.
That's what JJ said when he was first developing the Force Awakens. He said, Rey has no family lineage whatsoever. I'm never going to tell you who she's related to. But then, like a little pussy, I called my
wow,
guy
you just
pussy.
called J.J. Abrams a pussy?
Yes,
Wow.
I
Oh
called
my
him
god.
Saucy.
This is getting saucy. He's never coming on your show.
Because it's that time of night. Like
I gotcha. That's fine.
like a little bitch, he relented, and he, yeah. I mean, ugh. I don't want to talk about it. It's so distressing.
You know
I don't
what
want
the new trilogy gave me?
What?
That
Ajita?
there were people older than me that are old enough, like they are old enough they actually remember seeing all of the original trilogy in theaters when they released, and they had like they really like were just really on board with Star Wars. They thought The Empire Strikes Back was one of the best movies they'd ever seen, and then had all their hopes and dreams crushed by Return of the Jedi. I'm not a Return of the Jedi hater. There's stuff I definitely dislike in that movie. Everything in that throne room I absolutely love, and makes me forget.
It's
a
my
lot of the
favorite
stuff I
movie,
dislike.
actually. Return of Jedi.
But now with like the sequel trilogy, like I get where they're coming from. Like I know what it's like that third chapter to just be like such an epic disappointment.
Wow, that's a tone poem, Father. Like it.
I mean, I know. I mean, right now, right on here, I could probably figure out a way to fix that third film. Like, for example, I don't know what on earth compelled JJ to think, oh, it's a good idea to make Rey the granddaughter of fucking what's his face?
The Emperor.
Yeah, it's like
They were
that's so
bring him
stupid.
back to life.
Remember,
So dumb.
Is he gonna
Okay,
come back
so-
to life for episode 20?
Tone poem.
okay, but here's
I
the
think in episode 20, the Death Star should be the Emperor's testicles.
Unlimited
He's
out of his balls
doing
every day.
the Generation X thing and firing fucking. He's like, firing laser beams that are destroying
Wow.
planets as he's flying through space. And he's like, Star Wars will never stop making money.
I was talking to the Star Wars YouTuber
Oh my
Hello
God.
Greedo, who I was concerned about, like, are they like resurrecting the Emperor? Are they like gonna undo like Darth Vader's redemption moment where he like literally overthrows the Emperor to save his son, and like the fucking climax of the entire original trilogy, like the most important scene ever in all of Star Wars? They're just gonna undo that? And he was like, "Don't worry, like I'm sure they're gonna play it, subtle, whatever they're doing. It'll probably just be like a hologram reporting to the Emperor. It's not gonna be like the Emperor is just like running around like shooting lightning bolts up into the sky, blowing up ships." And I was like,
That's
oh my
exactly what they
fucking
did.
god! In the movie, that literally happens. He's fucking like shooting ships out of
He
space
is.
with his lightning.
Yes, it's true.
So fucking stupid. Look.
Incredible.
Check this out. Instead of doing the fucking Emperor storyline, they keep doing it. They could have just had.
I didn't love
versus
that, but I
Kylo.
did love the
That's
Armada.
it.
Sorry, go on.
That's it. They could have had Rey versus Kylo, and then have Kylo not come over to the side of good. Forget that fucking kissing that made no fucking sense whatsoever. I just wanted to claw my eyes
Wow,
out when
this
I
is like a
fucking saw
therapy
that.
session for
I
the
hated that.
sequels. That's what
Just
Okay,
so
all right,
much
all right.
potential. All right.
We've
I
covered.
should read my synopsis one day where I wrote a synopsis for episodes 7, 8, and 9 using all of the same characters, just rearranging them into logical story pieces that make sense and actually flow and have nothing to do with fucking Palpatine or anything that came before.
Palpatine. Sheev.
In my house,
He's my
they call
friend.
me-
He's
I
my
have an
friend.
accent.
I knew she. Oh yeah. Deal. Fine. You can say it however you want.
Palpatine.
Look, if Picard can change the whole meaning of a word, the whole pronunciation of a word.
I do say sabotage because that's the correct way to say
Sabotage.
it, and montage.
My friend says garage.
Gay Raj, yeah. I was gonna
Raj.
open a gay club called the Gay, and I was gonna be the Gay Raj,
Gay
wearing a
Raj.
turban and like a a whole thing. Like, see, Father, like it's a good idea, right?
That's
Like
a good
it's
idea.
it is a good idea. And I would
No,
appear every night. The Gay Raj is here.
Is that a
Welcome
good
to the
idea?
Gay.
Like people would like go there and like spend money there.
Yeah, 100% to see the Gay Raj. I mean, come on, who would Haji,
Oh.
but gay? Like it'd be epic. But anyways, tying it back into
We should go.
to Johnny Quest. Ruben, what have you got going on that you want to promote?
I posted 2 articles this week with cinematographers and the editor of a film called National Champions, with starring J.K. Simmons, and the
Wait, you interviewed J.K. Simmons?
No, I wish.
Oh,
But I
okay,
interviewed
okay.
the editor of a film he's in, and the
Right on.
cinematographer of a horror film called Hurt. So just look me up on Twitter at rmartian,
Yep.
and you'll find it all.
And I've gotten better at liking your posts. I followed you. I did the bell. Now it tells me it's good. So if you want to keep up with Blue, Ruben King, if you want to keep up with your king, go and hit the bell on his Twitter account, and you can totally check it out.
And if you want to hear me rant more about Star Wars, please send Sahel $5 for his Patreon page.
Oh, or my OnlyFans. We could have like.
If you want to see me and Father watch the prequels together and just bitch for
I feel
9
like
hours straight.
That's the kind of stuff we should have on OnlyFans. Or
I'm gonna need a lot of
Patreons
beer
today.
to get through that. That's gonna
Shit.
be. I'm gonna lose.
Man,
my,
I haven't-
I will literally lose my voice for screaming for 7 hours.
Oh,
I don't
shit.
even remember the last time I watched any of them.
Wow. Wow. We should do a watch along. I feel like this is coming. This
Of
is
what?
a watch along of the prequels. We might do this. This might be a future
I'm like Al
God.
Pacino
On
in The Godfather.
on a slow Starfleet boy after Dark Knight. We might do a prequel.
Try to
rewatch
get
of-
out, but they pulled me back
It might
in.
be fun. It might be fun. Marcelo, what
Maybe
have you got?
that can be our 7-hour stream. We'll do like all 3 prequels.
And we got to figure. I'm gonna figure out a way to tie it into charity because we have to like.
That's why I take my Highlander sword here.
You guys should be rewarded for your wow.
Ritual suicide.
By the way, wrong sword. You have to do it with a harikiri blade, which is a little smaller, so that you can like
This
into
one's
your-
here. This one here is smaller.
disembowel yourself. Oh, there you go. That's more like no, still not small enough to be a harikiri, but
No.
harikiri.
It's actually an incredibly inefficient way to kill yourself.
the harikiri blade, but it's very. If you have to do it, it's the most painful way to go. So you
Yeah,
really feel
it's
it.
a really
Yeah.
dumb way. Like the samurai were pretty fucking stupid, huh?
Or just badass. I don't know, depending on your perspective.
The
Marcel,
Klingons.
they're like Klingons.
Depends on how you want to look at it.
Marcel, what have you got going on in your world that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah.
We still have 3 people watching, which is pretty cool. I wonder who's here.
Well, they need to go
I
to
have
Yeah, it's
I
true.
have
Hey, y'all.
I have 2 podcasts. One podcast is my personal podcast. It's Radio 815. I share personal life stories on there, conversations I've had with people, and that podcast is about to start a new season. Season 4 will finally start in early April. And I have another podcast called Radio 815, which is all about my favorite Reddit director working today. I know I just called him a fucking pussy just a couple of seconds ago.
Yeah, epic.
But
I'm so glad this was on my show. I'm like,
it's a podcast all about the universe of Reddit director J.J. Abrams. So you can check out those 2 podcasts on wherever you get your podcasts from. I also have a YouTube channel called Balloonhead Productions where I do Doctor Who reviews, Mission Impossible reviews from the '60s. I review the original TV show from the '60s. I do Smallville reviews. I do
Sherlock.
Sherlock is also on there, and all my guest appearances that I've ever done on Twitter are on that channel. They're in a playlist
On Twitter?
So, yeah. So yeah, they're.
You do guest appearances on Twitter? Like, what do you mean you get?
No,
like,
no,
you
no,
take
no.
over an account?
Sorry. Thank you for catching me. I do
Okay.
I do guest appearances on YouTube.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Yes, you do.
yeah. So all my guest appearances are on one.
That means this will be on there.
On my So
Nice.
every guest appearance that I've had on Starfleet Boy After Dark, Starfleet Boy Actual, and all the other places are in that specific playlist on my channel. So,
and remember, the opinions expressed on Starfleet Boy After Dark are not the opinions of CBS, Viacom, or Paramount Pictures.
no,
Or the
definitely
people who
not.
said them.
What?
They're not the opinions of the people who said them either.
Right, either, yeah. It's fine. I like that disclaimer.
And last thing, the hub for all my stuff is at Twitter. I'm at Creek Fanatic 88. So thanks.
Father,
So
what?
Dawson's Creek thing.
Yeah, that's a
Yes,
Dawson's Creek thing. Yep.
it is.
Yep. That's my homage to Dawson's Creek. Yep.
Tone poem. Fathery, what's going Just it's a tone poem. Fathery, what's going on in your you look so bad. I just love that this happened on my show. This is like your best cosplay on After Dark, I have to say. This is like you look legit. Like you look like I feel like you just do a show. You should do a YouTube Star Wars series just dressed like this with this background. It's great.
I would never do that because I hate half of Star Wars.
But just do the half you love. And like this, like it's so cool. So what's going on in Text Trek? Tell everyone.
Instead of talking about Star Wars, I would like to talk about the much better franchise Star
Trek,
which I do every Friday. You can actually check out the Text Trek podcast streaming live on YouTube at 7 p.m. Central, and then you can listen to it later wherever you get your podcast. But we cover each and every new episode of Star Trek. When there's no new Star Trek, we talk about old Star Trek. But there's a lot of new Star Trek coming out. We try to give a very deep, detailed analysis of every episode. We look at the story, the writing, the continuity connections, the ships, the uniforms, all that nerdy stuff, but also try to parse the morals or message of an episode. So we try to look at it all from deep in the heart of Texas, giving it a
deep in the
look.
heart of Texas. Sorry.
You're supposed to clap before you say deep in the heart of Texas.
Deep in the heart of Texas. There we go.
The stars at night are big and bright.
Deep in the heart of Texas. Woo! Nice, thank you. What does that come from? What is that from? Not Pee Wee Herman. That's where I first.
No, it's a fucking real song.
Shit.
That's one of our real songs in our culture.
Florida doesn't have a song. Do
Yeah,
we?
because y'all suck.
We can't argue with
We
you.
have the Yellow Rose of Texas.
Oh, the yellow rose of Texas. Da na 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 na. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. I don't remember the lyrics, but I used to know it when I was young. I don't know. I don't know why I knew that song. That's weird that I know that
We
song.
have what else? We used to have a national anthem.
Like if you were the whole country, like if it was.
We were a whole we were internationally recognized sovereign republic.
Yeah, but didn't Texas want to secede from the United States at some point?
Always,
Yeah, that was in the
every
Civil
year.
War.
Yeah,
Yeah.
always too. That's on the ballot every
Florida
year. I heard.
seceded too.
The Swanee
We did,
River
yes.
is the Florida state song.
It is.
Hmm
I don't even know the lyrics.
I don't know how it goes, but
Yeah, I don't know how it goes either. I know Old Man River. Old Man River, it just keeps going. Anyway, so you guys check out Text Trek. Also, there's a podcast version of it that you can subscribe to on all the networks, right? You're on Apple, you're on... Are you on Spotify, or are you siding with Neil Young on that one?
We are on Spotify.
I like that.
Sorry. I had to get it in there. That's just like, get it in there at the end, right? Like,
It's like a relevant topic. I like that. Or like a timely topic.
Thank you. See, Starfleet Boy's kind of like a host.
Actually,
Kinda like a
Kinda like a
host.
host.
Kinda like a host.
Hey, have y'all ever heard Texas our Texas?
No.
It's like Texas our Texas, all hail the mighty state. Texas our Texas, so wonderful, so great.
Drop
Oh
the-
wow, I never heard that shit. But that's like a ball game song, like a football
Oldest
song.
and grandest, but it used to be largest and grandest. But then
Oh.
Alaska became a state, and we had to change it.
So wait, what did it become?
Boldest and
Boldest.
grandest.
So from largest to boldest. That's cool.
Do
I
you
like
have
that.
a pledge to your flag?
No, we don't have a separate
Oh.
pledge from the
We have
United
we have
States
a pledge of
America.
allegiance to the Texas flag.
What?
Yeah.
What is it? Can you tell? Do you mind giving the secret here? This is like Freemason
Yeah,
shit.
it's honor.
It's true.
This is
You wanna
like
hear it?
Freemason shit.
It's honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. It doesn't
Oh.
really roll off the tongue.
Yeah,
It's
it
kinda
doesn't.
terrible.
Not as much as the other one. Yeah, it's
It's
interesting.
not as
Very cool.
effective brainwashing as regular.
I pledge my allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Right? Is that
With
how it goes?
liberty
With
and
liberty and
with
justice for all.
liberty,
With
There's just-
liberty and
liberty,
justice.
Took on a lot of those words.
Yeah.
A lot of air quotes in there.
With liberty and justice for all.
Now let's go start a war with Russia and the Ukraine.
Robbie, if you're listening to this, does Scotland have like a pledge of allegiance? Like, is there such a
Their
thing?
pledge is fuck the English.
Let us know in the comments if Father is right. I suspect that is correct, just from what I've seen. But let us know, or Al, if you're watching this. Anyways,
guys, we should go, right?
yeah, I didn't get to promote my shit. I gave you
All right,
guys
go
a
ahead,
chance
go
to like
ahead,
promote
go
all
ahead.
your shit. Like, here we go. All right. So Thursday nights we do a Star Trek, whatever the latest and greatest is, reaction/discussion. So you can check that out. The most recent.
I got Phantom Menace ready to go.
No,
we
we're
don't-
not.
so we're watching it, right?
No, we're not going to do. So we got that on
Ruben, you
Thursday
gonna show up
nights.
in blackface tomorrow for the Klingons.
I will not. No, Ruben, do not. No.
I have my limits.
Don't.
I once wanted to dress as Isaac from Love Boat for Halloween.
You did?
But,
Oh wow.
yeah, but then at the last minute, I was like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's not a good
Wise
idea.
call. You're smarter than the Prime Minister of Canada.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
I just love Isaac from Love Boat.
He was Aladdin. That's right.
My
I
favorite
forgot about
character.
that. A whole new Canada. Anyways, the most recent episode is the one with me and Trek on the Tube. We decided to go. We waxed nostalgic. Speaking of member berries, and it was just the two of us on this last discussion. We'll be discussing the finale next week. Also, check us out on Saturdays. We do a TOS discussion at 3 p.m. And the next one is Day of the Dove.
King. Kang is showing up.
Yes, it's true. And that squiggly thing. I wonder if they remastered. They didn't have to. I feel like they don't have to remaster that one. And then also on Saturdays this week, we're not sure if we're doing the Mandalorian the Book of Boba Fett discussion. We'll just keep in tune. It's like one of these impromptu streams that comes up on a Saturday every now and then.
I didn't even know you did those.
Yeah, it's like
So
just
you
random.
mentioned it yesterday.
Yeah, it's a random thing. Anyways, on Sundays though, for sure, we're doing Star Trek Picard. Father, we're doing 2 episodes this week, right?
Right, it's a Jonathan Frakes double feature.
Double
We're gonna
feature.
be, talking about
It'll be
episode
Absolute
4 and
Candor. Absolute
Absolute
candor. I say candor. Candor, censors.
Lord.
Absolute
Starlight
candor
City Rag.
and Stardust City Rag. Stardust.
Yeah.
That's
Stardust
a
City
really,
Rag, yeah.
really good episode.
Yeah, it's really
I
good
like
episode.
I like that episode because 7 of 9 goes apeshit with a bunch of rifles.
Some people don't like her being murderous, but we'll
yes.
talk about that. We'll talk about that
Murder
all.
7 of 9 all
Two-
day long, baby.
Tune into our stream to hear all about it. It's mostly a love fest because Ruben's not there, and also sorry, Ruben, sorry. Anyways,
Right, I'm just crying for Gene Roddenberry, who's slitting his throats right now. His
He's
ghost
not.
is killing himself right now.
He's dancing. He's happy. There's like money that gets converted into heaven money, and then he uses that to buy.
To turn it into a rope to hang himself, to hang his
No,
spirit.
he uses that to buy good times with lots of like
As he
beautiful,
watches murderers get rewarded. on
beautiful
his
women.
beloved
I don't know
show.
if I don't know if he approves about the eye violence so much, but yeah, everything else he's all for it.
I mean,
He's
Gene
all good.
Roddenberry had a bunch of strokes and had a bunch of weird opinions in the
And he
80s,
also
so-
didn't like TNG, if I'm not mistaken, towards the end. Like he was just like, I'm over it, do whatever you want, or something like that. I forget.
Oh,
Like,
that's not. I don't think he said that, but
yeah, but yeah, whatever. Anyway,
because of his health, he was less involved.
less involved.
But the
exactly.
show got better then.
Anyways, I've promoted all I've got to promote. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. We still have 4 folks in the. Oh my god! And Art
Well,
Snyder.
if you go for 47 more seconds, it'll be 4 hours.
All right, we'll go for 47 more seconds. Art Snyder, welcome to the stream. Sorry, we're ending at when you just arrived. I apologize.
wow.
Like, I wish we could go on for another hour.
It's actually good timing because no
Yeah.
one needs to see any more of this.
And I'm gonna put my hand on the trigger to go to 4 hours here. Let's see. Okay, so we're at 36. Come on, guys, we can't have dead air. Say some like. you know, tell
Remember
people-
when Picard picked a fight
Wait.
with a Romulan, and then Eleanor beheaded him?
Yeah, that's
And
great.
then they just
Cool.
went away,
That was
It-
cool.
and
That
it
was-
was never mentioned
I
again.
like that.
It was
My
mentioned.
friend chooses. No, Picard was like, "Don't you ever fucking do
Yeah,
that
Jean
again."
Luc was like,
Oh,
yeah, Jean Luc
yeah.
gave him a good
Bad
dressing.
boy, don't ever murder somebody again. Bad boy.
What are
Bad
you talking about?
Eleanor.
Elnor was so disheartened in that.
We went over
Anyways,
4 hours.
ah, shit. Bye, everyone.